Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back to the Random Show with your host, Agostino Zinga. What's crackling? What's happening? Hope you are well, my friends. Hope you are well. What's going on? Let me know in the stream chat if you're here with me. Let me know in the stream chat if you're here with me. I'm just raising the gain a little bit so you can hear me clearly wherever you may be. You can hear my big, booming, powerful, black negro voice coming through your speaker, your headphones, your earbuds, wherever you may be playing this right now. I hope you are doing well. I really do hope you're doing splendid. I'm doing pretty fine. I poured myself up a nice little cocaine beverage. I've got a nice little cocaine beverage here that I'm about to sip on. Oh, that shit hits. That straight liquid perico hits just the right time all the time. And I've also got a little ginger shot that I'll be sipping on because my sinuses have gone a bit goo goo gaga. I woke up today with just a massive blocked sinus area thing going on in the front of my head. And then I realized that yesterday I actually filmed an amazing podcast with the one and only Cat Barker, which is going to be coming out soon. So you guys who are fans of Cat Barker, my G Cat Barker, big up you wherever you are. I did record a nice little pod with her the other day and it was amazing. But like an idiot, I took a sip of a beer. I probably drank half of it, and now I'm starting to realize there's probably something in beer. Maybe it's the wheat, maybe it's how it's been fermented that does something to my sinuses. The next day, whenever I get like a sinus infection or whatever, I usually smell it, which is horrible to say. I know if you're eating or drinking, I do apologize, but it's got a very distinct smell. And obviously your bogey is really it's basically like neon green, for lack of a better term. So I was like, oh man. Now I'm starting to realize that maybe I have some sort of intolerance to beer, which is really sad. I'm not gonna lie, because I used to really love beer. I used to drink so much beer, man. I used to fucking down that stuff. I used to get Kronenbergs. I used to down Kronenbergs. I loved Kronenbergs. I loved Stellas and Carlsbergs, right? I used to flipping down those things. I love the good flipping what's that thing called? I love the good cider, because obviously I've got a crazy sweet tooth, so I love the good cider. But it seems like beers are not agreeing with me anymore, and it's weird how the body works, isn't it? Honestly, there was a time in my life where I could buy actually from Tesco's a box of 6 or 12 beers. I could buy a box of 6 or 12 beers. Oh, Brandon, I'm flipping jealous, man. I'm jealous of you. Enjoy those beers for me, brother. Enjoy those beers for me. I'm jealous. Exactly, SC. Beer's not for me anymore. But I could buy a box of 6 beers and I could down them by myself with no trouble. Just down them by myself at home watching football on the weekend. Now I can't even drink one full one without my sinuses bloody exploding. So it's a bit disappointing. It's annoying. What can you do though? So, bit of paracetamol, a couple of allergy tablets and some liquid cocaine. I'll be back tip top Magoo in no flipping time. No rest for the wicked. Apart from that, I just finished actually. No, I got like 20 minutes left of watching the Monique on Club Shay Shay interview podcasting, right? I love it. Really good interview. Again, I'm somebody that I'm not going to believe everything Monique says, because it's kind of convenient that she presents it as like she's always the perfect victim and she does like kind of nothing wrong. I'm sure she does some things wrong in every occasion, but on each occasion there's probably an element where that she probably did something bad. But the thing that I like the most about that Monique interview is that it exposed, I think somebody said it in the comments when I put the clip up of the Kevin Hart segment, it exposed that whole get along gang thing is fake. I'm sure most of us knew this, but it's disappointing to see, especially when it attributes to minorities. But it should be obvious. If you're a minority, most likely there's less opportunities for you. So if you're at the top, you're not really going to try and give more people opportunities, really, are you? You're going to talk like you do because it sounds good to be like BLM, to be like black community, I'm for the people, right? It sounds good to say that, but you're not going to put it into practice because you're scared someone might take your position. So that's the thing that I like most about that Monique interview. It showed that throughout her career, everybody saw her potential. They saw how much of a beast she could be if she was embraced by the industry and stuff. And they purposely, and in some cases in Tyler Perry's case, they willfully put out fake rumors about her to kind of blackball her. Because that's what Monique got. She got basically blackballed, like the legit blackball, like where all the gatekeepers, because you have to understand from Monique's point of view, why it probably hurts the most is all the big main people in Hollywood in America, the black people anyway, right? Except for Lee Daniels, who she kind of made up with, the Tyler Perrys, the Kevin Harts, the Oprahs, they all don't like her. And they all blackballed her. That's when you know it's kind of done, you know? It's kind of hard for you to come back from there, because all those black gatekeepers are the people that the studios go to for referrals, I'm assuming, or for cosigns, or for like rubber stamps to be like, okay, cool, what do you think of so-and-so? And they'll be like, oh yeah, that person's good, that person's legit, that person is not reliable. So that's probably what Monique's real main issue is that the main gatekeepers kind of held her back. But another thing I got from that interview is this. I know we all know this now. I know we all know this. And I know we kind of know this because of Brendan a little bit. I think Brendan Schaub kind of is an example of this. But you know what's really amazing? I discovered from that interview with Monique on Club Shay Shay. It's really important to be liked. Actually being likable maybe goes farther or further than your talent. Say that again. Being likable is probably way more important in probably any industry than your actually talent. As long as you turn up on time and you do an adequate job, right? We're not saying like you don't do your job. Like, we don't want personality hires, right? Personality hires usually, you know, that runs its course. But I think in most areas, it doesn't matter if you're working in Tesco, Target, if you're working in an auto shop, if you're working as a telemarketing sales guy or somebody, if you're likable and you do a good enough job and you're on time, you're basically done. You're basically sorted. And I think Monique's issue is that for whatever reason, people don't tend to warm to her. Even though she seems like a very warm person, she's got a really soft, soothing voice. She seems like everybody's auntie, that you can kind of relate to her. Like, she even kind of looks like my mum a little bit in the face, which is really strange when I look at her. She does definitely look like my mum in the face a little bit. But she's got a very warm, open demeanor. But obviously in the industry, people don't tend to like her. So I took from that interview, similar to what's going on with Brendan, the lack of likability is probably the biggest issue. I think with Brendan, it's a bit complex because he's very bad at what he does, right? He's terrible at stand-up comedy. He's probably okay as a podcaster. I wouldn't say he's good. He's probably okay. But as a person, he's a bit of a shithead, right? Especially if you're not somebody that's known. That's the thing with Brendan, you realize, especially with these previous beef with other comedians. If you're not like a Joe Rogan person, he doesn't really give you respect. Like, before Joe Rogan embraced Shane Gillis, Brendan was quite dismissive of Shane Gillis, right? He referred to his podcast as not being funny, or the joke that he made that got him in trouble with SNL, he just found that not as funny. He had some beef with other people, but obviously with what's his name, fucking Stavros, he obviously didn't rate either. He has that kind of vibe about him where if Rogan doesn't rubber stamp you, he's not going to give you any, like, you know, he's not going to give you any joy. And you'd imagine behind the scenes, Papa's probably a piece of shit as well. Like, if he's like that in camera, the stuff that we've seen, and he acts a certain way, just imagine what he must be like in real life, right? We kind of got an inkling of that through BGL. Shout out to BGL wherever he is. He kind of gave us a little bit of an insight into how Papa is behind the scenes. But that's the major thing that I kind of gleaned from the Monique Club Shay Shay interview. It's really important to be likable. In some cases, obviously you don't have to go overboard and start licking everybody's ass and sucking everybody off and licking everybody's boots. Don't go that far. But there has to be you have to be intentional about being well liked. You have to have that be a part of your, you know, of your thing. And I think even me in the past, when I've started jobs, sometimes I've been a little bit like, I'm, you know, every job that I've ever had where I went in, I was like, oh, I'm just going to work and leave. I'm not going to socialize. It always ended well. Sorry, it always ended badly. Every job where I was like, yeah, I'm not going to even talk to anybody. I don't want any friends. I'm not going to hang out. That attitude I had, every job that I did that sort of thing, it didn't end well. It's really important to kind of go into those kind of things and be a little bit open and chill. You know, all that sort of stuff is really important. But hey, what do I know? I recommend you check it out. Really good interview. I liked it. It's also refreshing to see somebody like Shannon Sharpe, an interviewer, do his homework. I know that's a really low barrier of entry, but we don't get that anymore. We don't get people doing their homework on people anymore. We don't get them asking insightful questions or referring back to other, like, when's the last time you heard somebody say, hey, I saw you say this on another interview, blah, blah, blah. People don't do that anymore. So it's good to hear, you know, it's good to hear Shannon Sharpe at least try to do that. So big up Shannon Sharpe for at least trying to put together a good interview. Do you know what I mean? It's not easy, but he did try. So big up Shannon Sharpe. Anyway, moving on. So let's jump into some topics. First topic I want to talk about, of course, is the stuff going on with fucking Joe Budden. Joe Budden is the king of content over everything. And I guess for some reason he decided he wanted to start a beef with ADIN, RUSS, CENAT, and a few other streamers, because those streamers had the opinion that they thought that what's his name, Travis Scott should have won album of the year or rap album of the year over Killer Mike, because they all enjoyed Utopia. Personally, I think that's an incorrect opinion. I think Utopia is probably one of Travis Scott's worst albums. It's not that great, to be honest. There's a couple of good singles on there, or a couple of good songs and tracks, but I think overall it was a pretty forgetful album. It didn't really resonate the way people think it did. But obviously, if you're basing things on like statistics like streams and stuff, then maybe Travis should have won, because that album streamed really well, had loads of big tracks on it, blah, 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 blah. Well, Joe Budden didn't agree, and he used that opportunity to kind of, you know, dunk on the kids and remind them that real music sometimes is more important than, I guess, the stuff that they like. And it obviously didn't end the greatest for him, because they all clapped back. So I'm going to play the whole sequence of events from Joe Budden talking to ADIN, RUSS replying, CENAT replying, and then I'll also read you the response from Killer Mike that was very grown up and very refreshing. So let's play all the clips for you so you can see what happened here. I'll try and play them back to back for you. Let's see what we can do.
All that fucking
Travis
crying.
They robbed me 10 times or something he said.
Well, listen to this guy.
Calm the fuck down. Everybody calm the fuck down.
Listen to young
I don't know
niggas.
who this is, okay? Hey, brother, God bless you. Congratulations.
CENAT?
I don't know who you are.
Niggas.
Positivity you. Praying for you, bro. Positivity out the window. Who decided this motherfucker? Who the fuck decided this motherfucker? Her loss? Utopia?
Yes, nigga.
Yeah, neither of those are better than
Yes.
Michael.
Over Utopia.
Metro Boomin!
Shut your ass up, no, nigga. Yo, y'all little streamer niggas don't always run shit.
Also, just as a minor note, I despise Joe Budden's chains. His necklace, his bracelet, I despise them. He looks like such a donut. For somebody as old as him to be flossing those kind of jewelry bits, it's screaming new money. It's screaming, I'm not used to being here. Do you know what I mean? It's so gaudy, so trashy. Yuck. I'm not a fan of it at all.
Shut the fuck up.
That's the
Some people don't give a fuck about your numbers.
Yeah, we don't care about none of that little streamy mosh pit, marked card, whatever you niggas is doing over there.
And let's keep it a buck. Parks, you said it.
And also, Ice might have some of the worst dressings in the world. Ice also might have some of the worst tasting trainers I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't think you'll ever see anybody wearing, I think they're Reeboks, Pump Furies or something. I don't think you're ever going to see anybody willingly, who has money, would willingly buy those fucking Reeboks. I'm happy he stopped dyeing his beard, because for a moment he was dyeing his beard for various reasons. Some people are speculating that he was dyeing his beard because he has an Instagram baddie girlfriend who's maybe a bit more younger than him, so he's trying to compete with the young bucks that may be sliding into his girl's DMs. I'm happy he stopped applying all that shoe polish on his beard, but this guy's taste in trainers and clothes is beyond repulsive.
Utopia was mid, yo.
Yeah.
You didn't deserve to win. I'll say it. Fuck that.
You fucking Topia.
That shit was ass.
Unopia, nigga.
That nigga's just crazy. That shit was, man.
I'm just so happy that the streamer, that the little fuckity fucks finally have a look in the mirror moment and say, oh, it's not about us.
That's hate, innit? That's pure and utter hate from fucking Joe Budden. He is literally the consummate hater. And it's different because when you're successful, people don't look at you like that if you're successful, because obviously he's done really well with himself with a podcast. He's got probably one of the #1 urban/hip-hop podcasts out there. So he does really well in that regard. But when you actually analyze the things that he says and how he talks about certain things and the place he comes from, he is a deep down certified, bona fide, legit hater.
No, adults are out, nigga.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Niggas got pocket handkerchiefs in. Niggas got fly shit on.
Musicians are out.
Yeah, real execs, business people, you little fuckity fucks. Shut up for a change. So sick of these niggas.
So jealous.
We only get to do this once a year. Listen, we got to rush behind Killer Mike. Killer Mike won. We got to let these niggas know what the fuck we really think.
You know what's funny? Somebody actually put out a clip of Joe Budden actually praising Utopia, Travis Scott's album. There's a clip going around where I think for the Joe Budden Reddit, people found a clip of Joe Budden actually praising Utopia. So imagine the fucking heel turn.
He won and ain't sit down with a single streamer.
Little motherfuckers.
Word, that part.
Not one of you
Not
niggas.
one. Niggas like, who? Yeah, him. We knew who he was.
Yeah, we respect you. Yo, oh shit, they broke the whole console. Oh, they smashed everything. Yo, we feel that. We feel that. But niggas is getting dressed and bringing women out tonight. All you fucking incels.
And the bass player.
Imagine thinking the ladies are coming out for Killer Mike. Don't get me wrong, I like Killer Mike as a person, cool, you know, guy. As a rapper, probably not for me. I probably prefer him in Run the Jewels. But imagine thinking the ladies are going to be dancing to Killer Mike. That's absolutely insane. But that was Joe Budden obviously hating on all the streamers, hating on Travis Scott by proxy, and obviously just being a consummate hater, as we all know him to be. But the response has been funny. Let's play the response from ADIN Ross. The response from ADIN Ross was absolutely hilarious, actually, because it was very disrespectful, as was the CENAT one. They flexed on him, they dunked on him, they let their nuts hang on his head because Joe obviously is somebody that, you know, obsesses over money and all that sort of stuff. So they just reminded him that, hey, we are the guys. Do you know what I mean? We are the guys. And I'm going to be interested to see how he replies to it because they really did let their nuts hang all over his face. So let me get the video up for you so you can see exactly what was going on here because I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Let's play this. This is ADIN Ross replying, actually. This is going to be quite funny. You're gonna love this.
You said it. Utopia was mid, yo.
Yeah.
You didn't deserve to win.
Man, Joe Budden, every single time that I see you or a clip of you, it's just on some hating shit, bro. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't know what you do. I can't even name one Joe Budden song respectfully. I know you used to rap. I'm gonna just be the honest as shit, bro. Like, you're one of these old heads that just hate. Why can't you be more like Rick Ross or Snoop Dogg? The OGs that are cool as fuck and just like respect and show flowers and appreciation towards all the young motherfuckers and shit. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You have no room to talk, no room to speak. You know what I'm saying? Lay your opinions about me and Kai to ourselves. Me and Kai are 10 times more richer than you and you will ever be.
Oh, yeah.
Old man. And we're more humble than you and we're nicer than you. You're obviously a very salty old man.
That's a bit of an oxymoron, right? We're much richer than you, but we're way more humble. Bit of an oxymoron there, but I'll let him rock.
You have nothing going on for yourself. So you try to now hate on the young motherfuckers that are more successful than you. Listen, man, I know you're getting old and you got to pay your bills and shit because Social Security's coming up and your check's probably not going to be looking too good. So you got to make some money now, talk about streamers and shit. But, hey, bro, streamers are the new, you know, we're lit. We're pretty good. We're doing pretty good. So, how to cook your old ass. Enjoy retirement soon. I'm gonna just see what else you got to say. Hold on, chat.
Yeah, we don't care about none of that. Shut up for a change. So sick of these niggas.
Yo, Joe Budden, let's have a race. Who hits $100 million first in our bank accounts? You want to do a side bet? We can. Let's lock money. Yo, Joe Budden, let me know if you want to do that, bro. Let me know if you want to do that, bro. I'm gonna be the first motherfucker that hits $100 million in my industry. Let's see where you're at.
That's a big bet.
We can release this shit to the public. I don't give a fuck. Let me know what you want to do, bro. Let me know what the fuck you're trying to do, Joe Budden. Let me know what you're trying to do. Because I know all you old heads just give a fuck about money and shit, right? So I'm going to show you money, motherfucker. Real money.
That's a really good point, though, isn't it? They all they really do care about is money. The old heads. That's where most of their respect comes from. If you get money, if you're able to feed your family, as they all say, right? If you're able to put some money in people's pockets, that's all they care about. They don't care about whether or not you're a nice person, whether or not you fucking, you know, do right by your community, blah, 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 the strength of your character. Nah, it's just about the money in your pocket. If your bank account number's high, they rate you. Weird.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that old head. Kai, Speed, that's why we're on top. Fuck what they're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck this old ass motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Respectfully, I'm gonna shit on you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
But chat, we still respect the OGs and respect the elders. But I'm not gonna let this broke, hating ass bitch talk shit about me and my brothers. Humble? You guys know me if you watch me on a daily basis. I am very humble. I don't ever flex or talk shit to motherfuckers unless they need.
Apart from the, you know, the constant buying of the APs, I think he's got a couple of nice ones. He's got like a blue one or something. Apart from buying some nice APs and driving a Cybertruck and a Lamborghini truck and, you know, no flexing. That's not flexing. I love how for kids this age who are that rich, they don't think buying multiple APs is flexing. Probably buying an AP to them is like buying a Casio. Driving a Cybertruck is like getting a Ford. It's not that big of a deal. I love it.
We talk shit or flex on. I worked very hard to be where I'm at today. Okay, I worked very hard to be where I'm at today. I built a core community. Motherfuckers that love and care for me would die for me. I've never met a Joe Budden fan in my entire life. This hating ass, old ass motherfucker.
Everyone can say that though, innit? I love that bar. Everyone does that to Joe. I've never met a Joe Budden fan in their life, but then, you know, Joe Budden is what, nearly 50 years old, so it makes sense. But I love how that bar can always work. I've never met a Joe Budden fan in their life because I have to be honest, I was a fan of Joe Budden before. Obviously, I kind of fell out of love with the podcast and stuff after the Rory and Moore split because it kind of showed his true colors and I couldn't listen to it anymore. But he's, you know, decent enough rapper and put out some okay music. But I can't remember a time where I ever actually bumped into a Joe Budden fan. I don't know, honestly. I've bumped into people in the UK who like Big L. I bumped into the people who like Mace. I bumped into people in London who like Jim Jones, who like Max B, who like Mac Dre, who like Space Ghost Perp. Like I bumped into people who like all these obscure rappers, but I've never bumped into anybody in the UK who says they like fucking Joe Budden. That's how crazy it is.
Straight up. Who the fuck is this? You said you got the PS5 working?
The HDCP, the one we had enabled, was off when we even tried. So.
Die? Hell yeah, chat. I would die for y'all. Would y'all die for me?
Hopefully this shit works.
No. Oh, well, I lost you guys there.
Okay, cool. That's ADIN RUSS giving Joe Budden the business. And then we're going to see CENAT's response. He gets a little bit more flagrant, actually. I think he gets a little bit more vocal in his disagreement with what Joe Budden says. It's a pretty funny one, actually. He doesn't really have it either. He goes really crazy on flipping Joe. He's like, nah, man, you can't be talking about me like that and my streamer buddies. You get me? Obviously not in that accent because he's not from here. He's from New York, I think, right? CENAT? I think it's from New York. Let's see CENAT's response. It's going to talk 1,000,000 miles per hour because they all do that. That's why I would laugh sometimes when people on my stream are like, oh, you talk too fast, or you on speed, or you've been sniffing. But it's like these kids talk super fast, and I don't think they take Adderall. I don't think they don't look like druggy kids to me. Big up NJ Ranger.
You know what's really not a flex? Sniffing Andrew Tate's seat when he gets up.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Yeah, that Andrew Tate arc of ADIN RUSS was very, very embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. And then he switched up on him very quickly too. That was also not the greatest. But yeah, he shaved his head in it to be like more like Andrew Tate. Started sitting like him. Like, ugh. But anyway, Brandon saying they're all on Adderall. Do you think so? Brandon says they're all on Adderall. I don't know, but they talk incredibly fast. So I don't want to hear anybody in my stream chat complaining about how fast I talk compared to these guys, because this is rapid. Check this out.
I'm not familiar with Killer Mike. I was just saying, I felt like Utopia and shit to the one. Bro, why did I feel like, I start talking about streaming niggas, bro. Stop doing that, bro. Like, we some little niggas, my nigga. I would buy you, my nigga. Do you understand that, bro? Do you understand that, my nigga?
Telling another black man actually during Black History Month that you could buy them is beyond disrespectful. Telling another black man during Black History Month that you could literally buy their life, which is probably true, is incredibly disrespectful. Super disrespectful. I could buy you like your ancestors and put you to work. You know what I mean? It's just like, wow, okay, man. It's just a musical opinion, bro. You don't have to go that deep.
You say you don't come off as hating, but you always bringing me up, bro. Relax, my nigga. Stop. It's okay. That's the thing, bro. Y'all don't ever, like, have respect to the old niggas, for sure. You feel what I'm saying? Like, respect to them for sure. The only thing I would say I was wrong at was, like, not even able to, like, do my research on Killer Mike and shit like that. But in the moment, if I want to voice my opinion, I'm going to voice my opinion.
I agree
100%, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And that's some people's problem. Y'all don't ever let the young niggas flourish. The young niggas think Utopia is fire. Let the young niggas think Utopia is fire.
Exactly. You know what? I'd much rather have young kids talk about Travis Scott like he's Tupac than have young kids pretend they listen to Biggie. Like, that's what young kids try and do in hip hop. They try and pretend like they're into Mos Def, they're into a Tribe Called Quest. Come on, man, you're fucking 20. You should think Yeet is the best rapper. You should think, what's his name? Playboy Carti is the best rapper out. You should think that because that's your age range. You shouldn't be trying to appease the old heads and saying that you're into fucking Mobb Deep and stuff. Come on, man. You weren't even around when they first released their album. You weren't even born then. Maybe your parents were, but you weren't born then. So I actually do like when the young kids ride super hard for their favorite rappers, whether it's fucking, 6ix9ine, whether it's fucking, I don't know, whoever it is, I do like when they ride for them because it shows that at least then you're engaging with the music that's of your age, that's of your generation, and you've got an interest in it in some regard, and you want to debate about it. Because I think being able to debate, you know, or being able to articulate why you like certain things, or being passionate about what you like and talking about it, is really important, especially nowadays when everybody can be really quick to tell you what they don't like, but they can't really tell you what they do like or what they enjoy. That's something I've always kind of hated with people, just in general, especially in this like cultural commentary space. No one really talks about what they enjoy. They always talk about what they hate, what they don't like, what could be done better. It's like, okay, cool, we could all be armchair critics, you know, and Monday morning quarterbacks until the cows come home, but tell us something that you actually did enjoy. Articulate why you liked it. Why did it resonate with you? Blah, blah, blah. That's actually a better way to kind of go and have some balance. But, you know, what do I know?
I mean, the reason why shit going so crazy right now and y'all not being able to comprehend shit is because it's just simply a new wave of niggas, bro. It's just simply a new wave of niggas, bro. And that's what it is. Shout out to Killer Mike. You feel what I'm saying? Bro, but look, if I think this should have won that, okay, let it win.
Yeah, I agree with him. It's not that deep of an opinion. But again, it's just Joe Budden's intention to say that because he's content over everything. That's part of the reason why I stopped listening to the Joe Budden podcast. Joe Budden has this like COE, content over everything approach, where he basically would just be very loud and bombastic about something he doesn't really truly believe in, just for the sake of going viral. Like to just get people to sign up to the Patreon, get people to view the podcast. And it's annoying because it's just these manufactured outrage portions of the show that don't really mean anything, or they go around arguing in circles about some dumb thing. And as a listener, like, you can see through it, especially if you're a fan, you know exactly what they're doing. And it's like, oh, not again, bro. Like, allow it. You know what I mean? Just chill. Like, please just chill. But hey, I guess that's what they have to do in terms of getting the Patreon numbers up. So I guess you can't knock another man's hustle. But what I did like about this whole thing was Killer Mike's response. So Killer Mike walked away from the flipping Grammys with loads of Grammys, right? He had a fucking good time. So big up Killer Mike for absolutely smashing it. But his response to all the hoopla around his album winning Rap Album of the Year, maybe some people not think he deserved it, blah, 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 was perfect, especially in relation to CENAT and ADIN Russ's criticism. Perfect response and a very grown up. It's really refreshing to just hear somebody as an adult speak for once, right? So big up the Joe Budden podcast for the screenshot. This is Killer Mike's response. Courtesy of this article, I think it's from Complex. He also mentioned kick streamer ADIN Russ, who was disappointed his favourite rapper didn't win too. ADIN, don't waste all your time arguing with old folks, man. I salute you. I love to see what your young brothers are doing. Mike continued, I invite your audience to listen to the record. I got a warehouse if y'all want to come to the warehouse and we can play that shit live. I've got about, what does it say here? I've got about 15,000 square foot. You can throw a party there, man. Or I can come bring my broom to the room. But I appreciate you guys for loving music, period. And I invite you to fuck with mine. You might find something you fuck with. Isn't that the consummate adult response? Isn't that how a grown-up speaks? Don't grown-up speak like that. Like, hey, I understand your frustration. I get why you're pissed off, but I would love to you to come and check out my music, check out what I have going on. Maybe come to my warehouse and stream. We can hang out and stuff, and I can maybe, you know, we can kick it. Maybe you won't leave a Killer Mike fan, but maybe you just respect me as an artist. Isn't that the great way to kind of go about things? And we don't have that enough. And obviously the reason why we don't have that is because measured responses like this don't go viral. That's where sometimes I have to maybe salute and tip my hat to Joe Budden. As much as I hate content over everything, I do understand that sometimes being shouty and being loud and being passionate and ranting and raving will go way more viral than if you just have a measured, grown up, you know, reasonable response. People are just not going to react to it the same way. But it's just nice to hear Killer Mike speak like that, because he has every reason to shit on those guys and you know, let his nuts hang, because he did win the Grammy at the end of the day, but he didn't. He chose to go with grace. He chose to lead with, you know, humility, actual humility, and just say, hey, I offer my invitation now. I would love to come out, and I would actually love it. I would actually love to see ADIN Russ and CENAT go to his warehouse and chill, listen to the music, kick it. Maybe you can shoot some game. Maybe Killer Mike could help ADIN Russ with his approach with rappers. with how kind of Playboy Carti played ADIN RUSS and stuff, and how he nearly got scammed by 21 Savage. Maybe you know, Killer Mike can help kick some game to him and give him some street smarts, because with the exception of CENAT, ADIN RUSS is a little bit, these guys are not the most street smart guys, right? So maybe it's a good idea if they actually do hang out. But I would like to see that. Big up Killer Mike for being a legend, and big up him for being reasonable and not reacting emotionally about what was happening. I do really appreciate that. Big up Killer Mike. Next, I quickly wanted to talk about and mention this clip, actually, courtesy of the Flagrant. So Russ was on Flagrant and he was speaking about, what was he speaking about? Oh, he was speaking about how people fake streams. So I quickly want to watch this clip, because I also think I mentioned, or I saw somewhere, people were saying that, you know, Andrew Schulz was on super hardcore interruption mode. So we're going to see Andrew Schulz's inability to let somebody finish a sentence. And we're also going to see we're also going to hear from Russ, who I really like. I'm a big fan of Russ's music also. I think he makes great music personally, especially for somebody that's not really super big on cosigns or massive features. The fact that he produces a lot of his own music as well, mixes and masters it, all that stuff. I think he's really good personally. I think he's really great. But I also love his message behind like independence, behind like exposing what's going on behind the scenes, behind like, you know, cultivating an actual fan base. Like, it's fucking great. So usually he spits a lot of knowledge and it's great to hear, but let's see how Andrew Schulz does, because I have a feeling Andrew Schulz is going to do that thing that he usually does, where he feels like he has to make sure everybody else in the room knows that he's just as smart or as informed as the other person sitting across the room from him. And I'm sure he's going to have epiphanies. He's probably going to do his little like look up in the air thing. I'm sure he's going to do that. So let's check out this clip that features Russ and Andrew Schulz on Flagrant, where they talk about exposing the fake streams of the music industry. And this might actually lend itself to the comedy scene as well. Let's see what they say here. Let's see what they say.
How these labels fucking artists with the streams.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're doing it, but it feels like they're doing it.
Yeah.
And how are they tricking us? Because I see these people that go crazy, album goes #1, but then they can't fill up a show.
Right.
So the math is not math.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean,
the same thing happens in comedy, to be fair. Brendan Schaub's a good example. Allegedly, his episodes get 50,000 plus views. Somebody said in my comments before that Brendan still does buy fake views. I don't think so. Maybe you guys disagree, but I don't think he's buying fake views anymore. I don't think there's the money for it. I think the views you're seeing now are probably the views they actually really do get. The kind of like 30 to 50K kind of range. Before, when they were getting hundreds of thousands, definitely was fake views. But Brendan's a good example. He allegedly gets 50K views per video, but he can't sell out a standard comedy club with like 50 covers or something. That's probably a good example of buying views.
that's what it is.
But explain it.
I mean, so it's one of those things that like everyone in the industry knows is going on.
Which is?
Faking the streams. It's a real thing.
So the label buys the streams from...
Let him maybe finish his thought. That's the thing we have to give Joe Rogan credit for. I know Joe Rogan's a bit of a boomer. I know Joe Rogan has let COVID break his brain. I know Joe Rogan is maybe, you know, being a little bit, you know, he's probably leaning a little bit too much into the whole right-wing conspiracy shit and believing loads of weird Facebook news. But one thing about Rogan, he lets you speak. He might railroad you later and just speak about what he wants to speak about, but he gives you space to finish your thought and your sentence. You pose a question, he answers it, and then you're already interrupting. It's like, come on, bro.
Spotify?
So here's the deal. When you talk to these people, because I've talked to these people, because I've been like, what is this? How are y'all doing this? They never disclose the mechanics of like how they actually fake the streams. There's like, you know, rumors of like streaming farms, or we're delving out fucking computers in third world countries and hacking the back end to make it look like it's an IP from the US. Yeah. Whatever, like all this nutty shit. But the reality is the labels are spending money, and, you know, devil's advocate, they're treating it like a marketing expense. Because in a sense, it like almost is.
Yeah.
You're going to spend $100 grand on billboards. You're going to spend $100 grand on streams.
Right.
The streams is going to put you in a...
I love when he does this sort of stuff. Like, look, don't have your insights now. Let him finish his thought first. Then you can have your insights after. Because you didn't have these insights before he spoke. Just let him finish. Then you can have your insights and what you've learned from what he said. Come on, brother.
Playlist.
You're going to spend real money to get fake streams that equate to real money.
Exactly.
So that's why they think it makes sense, because it's like,
it does work though.
Okay, the streams are fake, but the money's real. So what do we care? Especially, they're not doing it with like up and coming artists who like you wouldn't believe it. You know, they're doing it with people like where it's okay if let's say your song has 500 million streams, right? Organically. But let's say with fake streams, now you're at 900 million. No one's gonna sit there and be like, this is more like a 500 million stream song.
Yeah.
They're just gonna be like, this is a big song, makes sense it has 900 million.
That's honestly so smart.
Yeah, they're not doing it to the dude across the street and giving him 1 billion streams. They're doing it to people who really can get 500 million. But let's just pump it to get 900.
Now you get.
That's also why, to be honest, if you're into music, you'll realize that a lot of your like local indie bands, usually are the ones that sell the most tickets. Not that major bands you listen to in your iPhone and shit. Actual bands that actually play locally and gig around your town or your city or whatever it may be, or your state, are actually able to sell way more tickets than actual major streaming artists, because they've cultivated a real fan base. But the problem exists when you kind of keep going, is that there's always a cap on that shit. And usually that's when people start dabbling in the flipping buying of the fake streams. When it comes to comedy, I think it's incredibly short-sighted and dumb to do it, especially with the views, because stand-up comedy, unlike with music, it relies a lot on like the live event. There's not really, I can't think of a stand-up comic that just does stuff online. Maybe they do exist. A stand-up comedian that only releases specials online, only does sets online. Most stand-up comedians have a live element about what they do. The issue is when you start faking your views or your engagement as a comedian, it really does show up in your live shows. Because if you have 100,000 views on your special in an hour, but then you can't sell out the Laugh Factory or something, there's something wrong there. You know what I mean? Something's a bit amiss. But obviously with these people, and I think it's all kind of secular, because the marketing firms or the companies have budgets they have to spend for marketing. That budget has to be spent, because if you spend that budget, it increases your profile. It makes you look good to the investors. It might make you more attractive to get more investment. So that money has to be spent. So they spend it anyhow they want to spend it. Fake streams, influencers, whatever. The issue then comes with the person they're spending it on, because it ends up negatively affecting you, because the fake streams make you look a certain level, but then when you go perform live, you're reminded at what your level actually is. So eventually you hit a bit of a stumbling block, which is why if you're in it, I guess if you're like, to an example of Brendan, if you're in it as Brendan to make money, then obviously do it. I think the Brendan approach is smart if you want to make money. Take the Showtime deal, fake your streams, cash out, and basically run your money, because, you know, Brendan was never going to make the money he made with stand-up in any other industry, right? He cashed out in a big way, so congrats. But if you're looking to do it long-term, that's why he quit. It's not the good strategy, because eventually it will catch up to you. And it has caught up to him now where, you know, he can't sell tickets anywhere. Austin, LA, whatever, it's just not happening. So eventually he'll be like, you know what, it's not even worth me traveling anymore, because, you know, basically it affects all your streams.
Number one.
Now you get number one.
So you could pay for a number one.
Oh yeah. What
does the number one cost? I mean, that's crazy to even think about that.
I mean,
what does a number one song in America cost?
Look, the reality is this: you do have to have a real fan base to a certain extent, right? You have to have people who are really consuming the music, and your song has to actually be moving around organically. Once it's that, then they'll push the button on it, and it just depends. Like, it's a campaign. It could be like, it's like a 12-week campaign, and it might be 60 grand, 70 grand, whatever it is.
That's it.
And it's, oh yeah.
To have the number one song
and
on
that
Spotify.
70 grand, the ROI is crazy, because that 70 grand might bring you back 200, 300.
Yeah, and even...
That's the thing I've always wondered. If you actually check online, the packages to buy YouTube views are not cheap. Even 1,000 views, even 10,000 views. If you go on sites, you just type in on Google, like, you know, YouTube, buy YouTube views, they're not cheap, you know? So I've always found it interesting, like, people that buy fake views, they're spending a lot of money. Obviously, you're doing it to leverage yourself, right? So you spend the money for the fake views in order to get sponsors and ads. That's kind of why the podcast industry is kind of broken in that way, right? Because everybody fakes their numbers to get ads, but then the ads companies probably realize really quickly, hold on, these numbers aren't real because we only got 5 referrals, you know what I mean? Or 10 click-throughs. It's obvious that people aren't listening to the show as much as they said they were. But it does cost a lot of money to fake your stream. So you have to have a bit of money to kind of do it. It's not cheap. You know what I mean? It costs money to do it. It really, really does.
Seeing the song number one, you're more likely to check it out. Now, how so?
Right, because people are...
What do you say, brother? Are the white frames overlay intentional tonight? It's making me feel impolite popping off. What do you mean white frame overlay? What do you mean, brother? Oh, my bad. Yeah, true. My bad, I forgot. It's meant to be blue. Whoopsie. It's meant to be blue, isn't it? Oopsie. There you go. Thank you, NJ Ranger. Always eagle-eyed and on it. Thank you, NJ Ranger. Big up you. I forgot about that. My bad.
And it's just
if you see something successful.
Labels are like, all CEOs at labels are obsessed with market share. Like, who has the market share? Sony has 25%.
Market share means the amount of streamed
like whose
songs at that moment.
Right. And
who total streams, how many percent's yours?
Yeah, right. And there's like bonuses that are associated with
because that's their incentive structure. If you're number one, you're going to get the trickle down, so they're going to try to boost.
Right.
Now, maybe you can't quantify it, but you said you can't do it with any song. You could take it from number 10 to number 1, or you got to be like 3, and then I give you number 1.
Look, Spotify even just put out this statement that said anything over, what was it, 80% and 90%?
Yeah.
Anything over 90,
they're gonna call out. So you could be 89% fake streams,
but that's what that's saying.
Shit, but over,
it's like that was Spotify's way of saying, we know what's going on. We're okay with it.
We're profiting off it.
It just can't, of course, because somebody doing 1 billion streams on your platform is a good look for your platform.
Yes.
Because you're bragging about the amount of streams on your platform.
That's the thing with me, and I think that's why I've kind of really suffered, because I could probably buy a lot of fake views and it probably wouldn't look that bad. People probably think I get those type of views, but I'm so intent on like building slowly, right, and doing it the proper quote unquote way, that I refuse to do it. I'm just too proud. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to cheat anyway. But it's really evident with DJs. With DJs, especially during the pandemic era, you had people that were relatively unknown posting up mixes online and just going from like 0 to 100,000 views. And you know that person isn't getting that kind of view. But in the DJ world, similar to like music, it's very advantageous to do it in DJ world, because if you post a mix of yourself playing for an hour and it's got 100,000 views, you can leverage that to sign to an agency. You can leverage that to get more gigs. You can leverage that to increase your booking fee. It actually does have some real life impact, right? But the issue only comes when you play somewhere. That's why a lot of big DJs sometimes don't like doing like, you know, all night long plays. They always do like a stack lineup. But sometimes promoters can tell when you fake your views, because if they book you and you got 100,000 views on your mix, but then you send, you know, you can't sell 10 tickets with a particular, referral code or link or whatever, it's pretty obvious that you don't really have those fans. But if you buy the views, you get booked to play somewhere, but then you refuse to be the only person playing, like you make sure you're on a good lineup, you can mask it, you can kind of hide in between it. And you know, when it comes to parties and stuff, yeah, it's important to mix well and to be good at what you're playing, but at the end of the day, there's young people there just drunk and high. They don't really care what they're listening to. As long as you're competent, no one's really gonna mind. So in the DJ world, it's a really scammy kind of place to be. But I see the temptation, you know, because if I post a mix up on my stream, on my channel, what am I gonna get? Like live stream, maybe I might have 500, maybe 1,000 views. But if I post it and I buy some fake views, 5K, 10K, all of a sudden, I look like a big dog. All of a sudden, people are like, oh my God, Agostino, you're so famous. But, you know, it's just deep down in your soul, you know it's not real. Deep down in your soul, you know you didn't earn it, you know what I mean? But the earning part is so brutal. It's so brutal. Like when I first started uploading videos on my channel and shit, like I'd literally get 1 view, 2 views. It's fucking brutal. Like you really have to love it, or you just have to kind of be a bit of a, I think I have a bit of a mental illness anyway, right? You kind of just enjoy the sound of your own voice. I think that's really the main part, and then you can kind of get away with just doing stuff for the love. But yeah, the buying the fake views is really tempting. Once you start doing content, you'll realize it, because you know, we've all posted stuff on Instagram and got 1 like. You know what I mean? If you're conscious about that, it can kind of hurt your feelings. So I understand people buy the fake one. So yeah. Hey, yo, big up my guy Fashion Roadman. What's good? Organic audience is always better than buying views. No, for sure. I definitely agree. I think as a community, it definitely is. Community wise, like I feel like, you know, we've got a little community here of real people, you know, from the ground up kind of things, like tangible. That's obviously far better than just having the numbers look amazing. And also, I don't know, I've just never been bothered about the numbers. I think it's just important to just do stuff that you enjoy, put out there, hope people connect with it. If they don't. Like, that's kind of how you should really approach stuff. It shouldn't always be about money. And I don't know, I feel sometimes, I think that's why I was a bit bummed when the Pitchfork thing went under, right? Because Pitchfork, yeah, it's a bit navel-gazy, yeah, it's a bit hipstery, yeah, they're kind of a bit pretentious, but it's nice to have a magazine like Pitchfork exist that just is a bit geeky, you know, micro or goes into in-depth analysis on like a new fucking Chief Keef album. Those places need to exist just for the sake of it, even if that doesn't make money. But these days, everything has to be commercially viable. You can't just do stuff for the love anymore. Everything has to be about money. Like, it's just annoying how that it always is. Like, you just think people just do stuff they enjoy, but nowadays, you know, you can't really do stuff you enjoy without money as well. So it's a bit of a strange place to be. But hey, what can you do? Which also might explain Nepo babies. Nepo babies is you could explain Nepo babies because the only way to really be successful properly in an art or entertainment industry, you have to have a lot of you have to have time and you have to have money to take risks, right? Especially if you're an actor, you have to be able to like not work and be available for auditions. But how are you going to do that? You know what I mean? It's like, so that's why the Nepo baby thing kind of works, because if you're a Nepo baby, you have connections, you have all the time, you have money, so you don't need to work. You can be available to do all auditions and fly everywhere on your own dime. So that's probably why it's harder for like quote unquote working class content creators to make it. But the cherry on the light at the end of the tunnel is this: if you do make it organically, the winnings are amazing. Like the Joe Rogan thing is a good example. If you do actually grind it properly and do it the organic way, the wins at the end are incredible, but you have to just stick it out long enough. It's like, how long can you stick it out? That's the real brutal side of things. How long can you stick it out?
Yeah, think about where Apple Music loses to Spotify. One, they don't show the streams. Two, when it came out like last year that there was only one song that has 1 billion streams on there, like, it just doesn't look as sexy as Spotify.
And I feel like as a consumer, nobody's listening to Apple Music, Spotify must be better. I don't know shit. Right. I'm just gonna go with the bigger one.
I just don't listen to Spotify music because the volume is all low. That's the only reason why I don't listen to it. I like the interface. I probably listen to more about indie bands, metal bands on Spotify, but I just don't like that the sound is so low on Spotify compared to Apple Music. That's why I just use Apple Music.
So the fake streams help the artist and the platform.
And the label. So like everyone wins. That's why no one's going to say anything.
Think about it. If you're invested in Spotify, if your money is in Spotify shares, you want to know that it's getting the most streams and it's beating Apple by X amount.
And the labels are invested.
He's got a pen. He's got a pen. What a fucking dork. He's got a fucking pen. You gotta love Schultz, innit? He's got a fucking pen. What a dork.
I remember when
That's the craziest shit.
I remember when I was with Columbia, and Columbia, there was a point in time where like they sold their shares of Spotify, whatever the fuck. But everyone on the label, just depending on how many streams you were doing, you got to check. I got a crazy check from Columbia selling their shares of Spotify. Yeah. So,
why did you get the crazy check?
Because I was doing a lot of streams on Spotify.
You get your share of the stream money.
Right, right.
So this is crazy. Billy Corgan was on Rogan talking about this. Did you see that episode?
No.
Where he was like, and I don't know how factual this is, but this is what he said. He's like,
the looking up thing is so infuriating, isn't it? Can you tell me that in real life, my friends in the stream chat? Do you have people that do that in real life? That do the whole like looking up thing when they're talking, like they're looking, like they're finding the words, you know? Like they're trying to pluck the sentences out from the beyond. Do people do that in real life? Do you have friends that do that? Because it's so pretentious. It's so obnoxious. It's so fucking annoying. Like, you're not that, you know what I mean? You're not fucking Aristotle, mate. Do you know what I mean? Just say your fucking sentence, your hot take, and keep it moving. It's the looking up, like.
The labels took equity pieces in the streaming platforms and then gave the streamers sweetheart deals on the artist music. So basically we're going to charge you less for the artist music, which means the artist gets less, but we are personally going to take equity positions in those companies. So give me a little bit of Spotify, I'm going to give you this artist music for little, but when your brand builds because it needs us to build, I get that, but you know who doesn't get that?
The artist.
The artist.
Which is crazy.
But it's like the artist uses all of that for leverage to go get sponsorships, and it's all like fame driven.
Yeah.
It's all like the streams might be fake, but me being perceived as a massive artist
Make money on the
is
road.
real.
Monetize.
So now I'm getting this, now I'm getting that, and I'm monetizing it with this brand or with this sponsorship, whatever it is. So it's like, it's all just a fucking finesse. And
This is probably why I'm going to stop it now, because we kind of got through the whole thing. It's going to be repeating himself a million times. But this probably explains why art is so terrible, man, isn't it? Why most creative spaces are pretty shit. Why we fucking go crazy. It's like, Fashion Roadmap will know that recent show, John Galliano, Mason Margiela, everyone was going crazy about that couture show, because very rarely do you see like greatness at that level. Very rarely do you see a designer at that kind of level of talent, putting on that kind of a show, right? The theatrics, the theater of it, the emotion of it, like very rarely, because all we do is like analyze numbers. That's all we actually do. From even the people online, like commenters and viewers, who's getting more views, who got more likes, how many comments, like no one's really obsessed with doing great things. Everyone's just obsessed with appearing like they're doing great things with numbers, money, engagement, streams, views. That probably explains why art overall is probably terrible, why entertainment is probably shit. Why movies that get greenlit aren't the greatest. It's just the ones that are going to be the great at the box office. Why TV shows are not that great anymore. Do you know what I mean? Because no one's doing stuff for the love anymore. Everyone's just doing stuff to make money, which is understandable because money's important. But, what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? What are you saying? Van Gank said, honestly, B, you definitely look like you modeled a Hood by Air show. I don't know if that's a compliment or a diss. I think it's a diss. I get the feeling you're insulting me, but I don't care, because I love Shane Oliver. So big up Shane Oliver, big up Anonymous Club. I love him. So even though you're insulting me, I don't care. I'm gonna take it. All right. I know you're insulting me. I know you're taking a piss. You're kind of insulting the shininess of my face. You're maybe taking the piss out of my skin tone and my race. I'm sure you are, right? I'm sure you don't like black people and stuff, which is okay. I think it's perfectly fine not to like people based on the color of their skin. I think that's kind of normal, really, isn't it? Like, we all don't like certain people, don't we? But whatever, I don't care. Okay, even if you're insulting me, I don't care. It's perfectly fine. I accept it. I accept your insult. I accept you insulting me. Thank you for the insult. It's always good to be reminded where I am. That's what I love about these streams. You guys always remind me of my level. You always put me down where I should be, Thank you for doing that, guys. Thank you for reminding me who I am. You can always count on the stream to make me feel good. You can always count on the stream to make me feel good. Anyways. So, let's play some clips from Tom McDonald. So, Tom McDonald was on the Frighten the Kid recently, right? You know him. He's that conservative rapper who's not a conservative rapper. He was on there recently, doing a bit of promo, talking and shit. And I was surprised he was on there. Again, I'm not a fan of his music. I think it's pretty terrible. But he's quite clouted up, right? He's got a decent following online. He gets good engagement. Like, he's a pretty popular dude. So I was actually surprised that he'd go on the Frighten the Kid in the first place. I was actually shocked that that's actually a big pull for them, to be fair. Even though I think he's, whatever. It's actually quite a good pull for them. So big up them for doing that. But some of the clips from that show is fucking incredible. So let me play one of them. This one's really funny too. The title is Brian goes on a 5-minute rant about Ozempic, right? So most of you guys know, if you've watched a lot of my content or you've watched a lot of the Fire and the Kid, you'd recognize that Brendan Schaub has lost a considerable amount of weight recently. And if you know about the law of TFATK, you'll know that Brendan's been a serial crash dieter for the majority of the time that we've known him, right? Serial crash dieter. He never sticks to a diet. He's always talking about how he's strict. He's on a strict diet. He's avoiding this, avoiding that. But then 2 weeks later or a week later, you'll see him munching on a donut on the show, or stuffing his face with cheesy fries on flipping, Food Truck Diaries. So he's never really been disciplined to stick with the diet. And if you look back to his fighting days, he was never ripped. He was never really in great shape. He was a bit pudgy looking. He never really put on that much muscle. Maybe it's because he doesn't have the physiology for it, or because he just doesn't have the discipline to do it. Anyway, long story short, lately he's lost a considerable amount of weight. The bloating in his face is completely gone, and he also doesn't drink as much. If you've been paying attention, Brendan doesn't drink as much. He doesn't look drunk. He doesn't drink on camera anymore, and I'm assuming he probably doesn't drink at all. And if you know anything about Ozempic, you'll know that one of the one of the what's that thing called? One of the side effects of it, unintentionally, is that it sometimes stops people's addictions of other things. So like, you know, it kind of stunts your appetite. It kind of lessens it, but I think it sometimes makes you feel queasy, so you can't really eat anything. But it also, in some cases, people have said it's made them stop smoking and it's made them stop drinking. So it's obvious to me and to all of you watching that he definitely is on Ozempic, especially if you look at all the attributes of it. I think they say like you get sometimes a lot of droopy skin, you get Ozempic face and whatever. It's just obvious that he's on it. He said he's not. He said it's because of stress. But I find this clip interesting because Bryan Callen goes on a rant about Ozempic and Brendan is very squirmish. He's very awkward and nervous as Bryan just pontificates about the negatives of Ozempic and why people shouldn't be on it. So he's clearly on it, but he's acting like he's not. Let's watch this clip. It's fucking hilarious.
But
yeah, it's
like you're the kind of conspiracy theorist I agree with.
Would they label you a conspiracy theorist?
I mean, I kind of am to some degree. Like I'm into that shit.
Well,
just because it's interesting to me. But like,
it's better than what we're being told.
Well,
yeah,
for sure.
But the conspiracy, like, if you look at like they were talking about Ozempic, which is right now, Ozempic is it's a European company.
It got Oprah skinny.
Dude, it's
like a weight loss thing?
Well, it's crazy though, but it's a fucking fascinating thing because so Ozempic comes along. It is, besides statins, the most successful drug in the history of all drugs. Because people are losing an average of 70% of their body weight and all that stuff.
But it's supposed to be for diabetes. That's how it gets started.
Statins like a cholesterol thing, right?
Yeah,
okay.
But Ozempic is so big that the company itself, I can't remember what it was, but it's more profitable at this point, I think, than any other company ever has been in this short period of time. Like
so the money is epidemic. It makes sense.
Right.
Well, think about it. You just got to take a shot. And
yes,
you don't
but
eat.
here's the thing that they don't tell you. So
how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know about the shot? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Ozempic now it's considered a lifetime drug. They want you on it lifetime. And for the first time, the National Pediatric Society is saying it's the first line of defense against teen obesity. So if you're a teen, what they're saying, and now the National Diabetes Association is saying what? They're saying, as long as you're on this medication that we're going to sell you, that's also subsidized by the government, that we make a fortune off of, that Wall Street makes a fortune off of. As long as you're on these drugs, and you're on Ozempic,
don't you also hate it when Bryan gets on his soapbox and starts like shouting, talking about these points as if he's uncovering some truth, some mystery that we didn't know? I guess probably his dad speaks like that. I wonder if his dad speaks like that. He just repeats what his dad does. Probably his dad has the same sort of cadence. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. It's a comedy podcast. Make a joke.
You never have to change your diet. So keep eating all these simple sugars that big food is selling you.
Yeah.
That's number one. So there's nothing wrong with the way you eat. Now you got Oprah, who comes on and says, oh, by the way, it's not about personal responsibility. If you're obese, it's not your fault. It's a brain problem. She just said that. You want to talk about a conflict of interest? She makes a fortune with Weight Watchers. So you got to just, all you need is our drug.
What? Is this what he thinks about? No wonder his comedy sucks. He's out here fucking thinking about the conspiracy, the Weight Watchers and Ozempic conspiracy. Big up Keith Thompson.
Have you noticed all the Tiger Thick bottles 8 gone and he's not allowed to talk about Aaron Rodgers anymore?
Bing bong. Honestly, I've said it before. My most favorite Brendan Schaub lie is the Moontown Comedy Festival lie. That's my favorite Brendan Schaub lie. My favorite Brendan Schaub lie is a Moontown Comedy Festival lie. But I think the only lie that's second to it, or that's close to beating it out, is the Aaron Rodgers thing. That was legitimately one of the worst lies I've ever seen in my entire life. I've ever heard in my entire life. The idea that he allegedly met Aaron Rodgers with who's the guy? The other guy that does the kind of, I forgot his name. He met the guy who's a partner with On It, with Joe Rogan. He allegedly went to meet Aaron Rodgers, didn't take a picture, didn't do an Instagram story, nothing of that ilk, because Aaron Rodgers allegedly wanted to buy Tiger Thick whiskey or buy it out for him on the rights. Now, on paper, that could be true, because I remember somebody said to me in the chat that allegedly whiskey is really, to manufacture whiskey now, I don't know why, maybe because of COVID, I don't know, maybe because of something else going on with flipping imports and export and shit. Allegedly, it's really difficult to make a whiskey brand from scratch now, because there's a lot of like delays and shit. So people now are preferring to just buy people's brands that didn't work out and then just repackage them. That's what people are basically doing, or just whatever caskets, I guess I've got what they call barrels, whatever barrels you have left over, they'll take those and then they'll flip and just repackage them on their own label. So there is it could be true because people are doing that. Big up Matthew. What's good, Matthew? Hope you're well. There is an element of truth to it, but it's such a made up lie that it's obvious that it's such a fanciful story that it's obvious he's lying. Like, why would you lie about Aaron Rodgers buying what? Who's going to believe you? Who's going to believe you that, like, number one, no one's ever going to believe that you and Aaron Rodgers are friends, ever. Then to add to the lie and say, oh, he wants to invest in my business. You're failing whiskey business that never stood a chance of succeeding from the start. He somehow saw the vision. He somehow saw BGO's Instagram post about Tiger Thick, and now he wants to buy it. Like, come on, bro. Like, he wants to be he's obsessed with being such a big dog or a big wig or seen as someone like that, as opposed to just doing the work. He could probably, the funny thing is, Brendan could probably know Aaron Rodgers if he wanted to. Because Rogan knows Aaron Rodgers, and because Brendan used to play football, if he was actually humble and not a dickhead, he could actually get to know Aaron Rodgers probably, if he wanted to. But because he's got the ego and he wants to appear like he's a big shot, he wants to pretend like he knows Aaron Rodgers when he could actually know him in real life. He had a bit of humility, but it's Brendan Schaub at the end of the day. Big up Keith Thompson.
So Ozempic, now how about this? This is the most incredible thing. Ozempic who is their lobbyist? The NAACP, the
Blame the Blacks,
National Association of Colored People. Black, basically, are
it's all the niggas. The niggas are to blame for Ozempic, right? It's all our cholesterol's high. We're eating too much Popeyes, too many watermelons, right? Too many fucking curry goats, too many cheesy tacos. It's the blacks. The blacks are to blame. It's all the inner city blacks. Blame the niggas. Blame the Negroes. Blame the coloreds.
Lobbyists, because they're saying to Congress, if you you can use your food stamps in this country for soda, for diabetes water. You can use your food stamps. Not in Europe. This is what you can use your food stamps for. They said this is not, a lot of politicians were like, you're fucking paying people, you're subsidizing soda companies to get people fat. Don't worry, we got the medicine for it. If now, the NAACP, with the help of Ozempic, saying, if you lobby against Ozempic, which is if you say, you're racist. It's racist. Change your diet. Don't change your diet.
Brendan definitely is racist, by the way. I'm willing to put some money on that. He definitely has some issues with people that look like me. I think he likes the Chappelle Lacey's of the world, right? Chappelle Lacey is kind of like a human Labrador, right? He has no race, really and truly, right? He doesn't really put his race front and center, even though he's incredibly dark. He's not really somebody that, he's kind of like, Chappelle Lacey's kind of like MKBHD, right? He's kind of like Marquise Brownlee. He's just a human. I don't believe in color. He's that kind of dude, right? So Brendan's okay with those type of blacks, but if you've got a bit of personality, if you wear Jordans, right? If you cut your hair a certain way, like Malik, right? If you got a bit of swag, right? If you say things like lit, right? If you say things like y'all, he definitely does not like you.
Don't eat simple foods. Keep eating the shit that we're feeding you.
Just eat less of it.
And we'll keep you on this drug for life. And
have you noticed one thing, by the way? You see how quiet Brendan is? He's never this quiet. So he obviously feels a little bit like he's being spoken to now because he's clearly on Ozempic. He's never this quiet. He's never ever this quiet. He's only this quiet when he feels a bit awkward and someone's kind of calling him out by not calling him out. He's very oddly quiet.
Finding with Ozempic is it causes stomach paralysis. Here's the other fucked up thing about Ozempic.
Koila, yeah, there is. Koila, there is. Tom McDonald's there. And Brian's just gone on like a 4-minute rant about Ozempic. Yes, Tom McDonald's sitting right there. A guest that just had a very kind of, I guess, viral song with fucking Ben Shapiro. He's in the cultural wars, front lines and shit. You'd imagine they'd be want to talking to him, right? About cancel culture, all that sort of shit. No. Brian Callen's got on his soapbox talking about Ozempic. The guest is sitting right there.
95% of the serotonin that you make in for your head is made in the gut.
Oh, really?
And because it fucks with your gut and causes different kinds of issues in your gut, because
more.
it has to
Making
stop
people
you from
fucking depressed.
It's causing major suicidal ideation.
With their skin.
Yeah. And as these drugs go up, right? Yeah.
I lost a joke. It took Brendan to do it, but it lasts as a joke. It lasts as a joke to break up this fucking serious rant. And Brendan did it, right? The most unfunniest person in the room made a joke to kind of break up this fucking preaching, this TED talk from fucking Bryan. Thank God for Brendan. I'd never usually say that, but thank God for him.
You're skinny.
But you're skinny.
So it works.
Better to leave
sad and skinny. I'd rather be sad and skinny than sad and
dead
fat.
And skinny than dead and fat.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what's
Pick your
going on.
poison.
All right. Or as Kate Moss would say, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. She was lampooned for that, actually. But if you think about it, she was actually right. That's why Ozempic's so popular, because most people do struggle to lose weight the quote-unquote normal way, because it's really difficult. But yeah, I wonder if in the future they'll be able to kind of fine-tune Ozempic and make sure that all the side effects go. So maybe the drippy face will go. I wonder if they will do that. But I'm sure there's a way to take Ozempic and not look like a skeleton. Everyone that does it so far just loses loads of water weight. Or no, just lose loads of mass and they look really like gaunt. I'm not really seeing anybody who's lost weight and looks okay. Like, I think I would love to see what somebody looks like that takes Ozempic but also works out and also eats. I guess because you can't really eat well because it kind of suppresses your appetite, innit? So you can't really go crazy with the food. Yeah, exactly. Muscle mass loss as well, K20. But I'd love to see. I'm sure somebody does exist out there that's taken Ozempic but has done it the proper way. I'm sure they do exist, but most people I've seen have just look fucking horrible. But yeah, big up Brendan and Bryan and Tom McDonald. That was absolutely hilarious clip. Next one is a funny one because it features Bryan Callen finally admitting that he never took the COVID vaccine. And to be honest, I don't give a fuck about COVID. I don't think I've thought about COVID ever since we have been able to kind of go back to regular life. Honestly, there's some times here and there whenever I'm getting dressed or something and looking for some hats because I got all my masks that I did have before in this little box that I put all my hats in. So from time to time, if I'm looking for a hat, I'll see a face mask and I'll be reminded, oh shit, remember how crazy it was back in the day when we were all fucking wearing face masks and shit and standing, a foot away from each other and stuff. But apart from that, it's never crossed my mind. I just got on with regular life like all of us did. But for some reason, these fucking comedians cannot stop talking about COVID. Rogan just can't stop talking about COVID. Bryan can't stop talking about COVID. COVID broke most comedians' brains, innit? Like legitimately broke their brains. That inability to do stand-up, that inability to fly around the country and go to random clubs and finger bang waitresses behind a bar really, really annoyed them. Like they were really pissed off to the point where these guys, Brendan and Bryan, do you remember they did a show during COVID lockdown? They purposely went to, I think, Austin. Was it Miami or somewhere? Austin? Wherever there wasn't much restrictions because they had to go and perform stand-up and they probably went and contaminate loads of people and spread the fucking virus around and probably, were the makers of people's death and shit. But comedians just, bloody hell, bro. They just couldn't handle COVID. It really broke their brain. They couldn't sit down. They couldn't just chill. They couldn't quote unquote abide by the rules. Like they were always exempt. No, I have to make a living. I have to say, bro, you're a multi-millionaire. You don't need to be anywhere. Why don't you take the time to spend time with your family? No. I got to go on tour. BERT Kreischer did a whole tour with people watching him, from their cars and shit. Like, it's just incredible how weirdly these guys just couldn't accept COVID at all. And they're still ranting about it now. Even though they made loads of money from it, they went and did shows. Most of them got PPP loans, right? Which is fucking awful, right? They don't talk about that much, but most of them got PPP loans. And obviously they came out of it still with their pods. They didn't have to go back to regular work. Like most of us regular people, we maybe suffered a loss in our family. We maybe lost our jobs. We maybe had to downgrade our quality of life. We maybe had to downgrade our housing. These guys just went up and up, up and up, up and up, and they're still fucking complaining. So anyway, this is Bryan talking about COVID and how he didn't get a vaccine and how he got a fake vax card to travel as well. Very responsible.
So that to me, as far as like a conspiracy, just follow the money. This is madness.
Yeah, that.
Keep that same energy with COVID.
Yo, facts. Facts.
That's
so,
hey, booster boy over here.
I didn't get a booster.
Booster boy.
Well, you got the first one?
No.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
No, I did not.
What, is this like a point of contention?
It's funny because Brendan got the first one too. Big up Keith Thompson. Big up you.
Kate Moss forgot about powder, the original Ozempic.
Yeah, Coke's the original. You know what's funny though? like, you know what's funny? Actually, you think when we say that, Coke and Ozempic, they have the same type of look, that kind of grayness. When somebody's doing a lot of drugs and they're skinny, they have that kind of grayness because they've been staying up, right? Their skin's a bit dehydrated. I think Ozempic have the same type of look about them. Or maybe I'm just looking at certain people. There's a certain thing about it where you get that kind of grey overcast to you or something, or tint to your skin. But big up Kate Moss. I'm a fan of Kate Moss because I love people who do drugs like that but do it well. Like, I think, you know, someone like myself, I don't think I have the ability to do drugs like that until I'm that Kate Moss age. I think there'll be a time, even now I'm slowing down my raving. You know, I'm here on a Friday night streaming with you guys. I'm slowing down my going out, so I'm not going to be on the same pace that I am, you know, in maybe 10 years or whatever. But I do like people who are able to drink and do drugs responsibly, not the BERT Kreischers of the world. People who just do it, who go to the bar, order a couple of shots, maybe a couple of whiskeys, have a bit of a buzz and go home. I like people who do that, who just don't complain about it and just keep it in check and it's cool until their old age. There's something quite cool about that because I know I couldn't do it. So it's quite impressive to see someone like a Kate Moss still going to fashion shows and doing lines and shit in the toilet. It's kind of fun. It's kind of funny to kind of live through her in that regard. Big up David Guerrero. Big up. Thank you for joining, my friend. Let's continue this.
No, we did not, but we did. In other words, I had to go somewhere. And no, I never got vaccinated.
Cool, good. Yeah. Well.
I only got vaccinated because I wanted to fucking party, and I don't know. I don't regret it. I just regret how easily I was scared, which probably I have a reason to be, because I was really on the internet. I was looking at everything. Remember when they had those open morgues in places like India? Do you remember when they were stuffing people in the back of fucking trucks because they didn't have enough ambulances and stuff in China? Do you remember when they was locking people inside their homes in China, like gluing their fucking doors shut and stuff? Like, honestly, like, COVID was scary. And I remember this one particular case. Do you guys remember the guy on Broadway? Some actor on Broadway got COVID. You know, you'd imagine a Broadway person's probably in good shape. They're performing every single day, maybe 2 plays per day or something, right? He got COVID and he had to have his lung removed. He had to have limbs amputated, and then he eventually died in the, you know, basically because he was brain dead and shit. Do you remember that? So I saw some of the horrors of COVID because I was, you know, fucking, you know, serially online and shit. But I just regret that I was so quick to get scared. And then because I went to travel and I was fed up of staying at home, I got the COVID jab just so I can go and travel and shit, you know? That's the main thing that I kind of noticed that was annoying. And to be honest as well, this is kind of anecdotal, but I have noticed, I've always kind of struggled with my breathing because I have like sports related asthma. But I did notice after my COVID jab, I did notice whenever I'd go running, I feel way more heezy. Like there's way more of a heeze in my chest. And again, I've always had like that kind of thing, so I wanted to carry an inhaler. But I've noticed ever since I got COVID, that heeziness is kind of upped a little bit, you know? So that's the only annoying bit about the jab, is that it's had this unintended side effect where my breathing isn't the best. But I don't think it's a bad thing, people that did get a jab. You know, what else are you going to do if you want to go and live your life and travel and whatever, go back into society? It kind of is what it is. But I just dislike the, you know, the government's telling you couldn't say certain things. If you had a different opinion about COVID, they put that fucking blue bar under your video. People were getting banned on social media for, you know, their alternative remedies for COVID. Like, it was just annoying. Like, all that stuff was so dumb, was so idiotic. Like, you're not gonna, I never understood the idea of forcing people to get the jab. Like, if people don't want to get it, they're not gonna get it. No amount of scare tactics, no amount of force is ever gonna make them get it. If anything, the more you force someone to get it, the more they won't get it. So, you know,
you're still
That's
here.
the first time I said that. Are we allowed to say that?
I don't think you are.
Why can't he say it?
Because I said I did.
but
But
I mean,
Who's going to get him in trouble? Showtime?
I don't know, dude. No, airport.
Oh, no, you're looking at HR.
I don't think
good.
the airport.
He's made that joke so many times, all right? You're looking at HR. Like, he's made that joke so many times over the years. I'm sure if we try to search on the fucking TFATK search engine, you'd probably see over 100 instances of where he's made that HR joke. God almighty.
Aren't doing that anymore.
I'm HR. No, airport's not doing it.
If you go to a different country, don't they still check sometimes?
No,
You have to have a card.
No, you don't. Canada doesn't check. They all stop
During
checking.
the COVID epidemic, you did have to have.
Yeah, but those days are over. But even the medical centers in LA dropped the mask
mandate. There's a lot of
mandate.
things that you had to have.
But in like retro, when they like,
Exactly, Dampy. That's the problem. That's the thing people forget. The original COVID was deadly. Do you remember when COVID? I don't know if you guys realize, if you guys are paying attention, but when COVID spread to Mediterranean countries like Italy and Spain, it literally took out whole families. Because if you know anything about Mediterranean countries, especially places like Spain, which I've been to a few times, a lot of people live in the same sort of like building. Like, so maybe the grandmother lives on the ground floor, the grandkids live on the, the grandmother lives on the first ground floor, their kids live on the first floor, the grandkids live on the second floor. Like, they kind of live in the same sort of area buildings, like old people and young people. And when COVID spread in parts of Mediterranean countries, whatever, old people are obviously more susceptible to, obviously having, fatal consequences with it. And it literally decimated entire families. Like, it kind of tore through parts of Spain and Italy like the plague, bro. It tore through loads of people. So when COVID originally hit Europe, it was brutal. Like that first batch of COVID, that first strain, like that shit was aggressive. So it was annoying to see these comedians who are terrible, like so arrogant that, they needed to fucking do comedy as if like they were fucking essential workers. No one needs to see your fucking show. Do you know what I mean? That was the annoying part of it. It was just the entitlement, the arrogance, like of like, no, I have to perform. My fucking job is more important than everybody else's. My health is. It's like, bro, like, come on, man, come on.
Fine, you got
what?
something. Okay, take it.
I
just marked it. I marked it in the podcast.
You see that he's compromised.
No, it's not that. Listen.
I care about you guys. So I don't get in trouble.
No, listen. I got
part of the Illuminati.
Yeah, dude. This episode is brought to you by Big Pharma.
I have my official vaccination.
I'm telling you,
card.
dude. He drives a Tesla too.
Yeah.
Oh, that was you out in the lot. I
hadn't brought up that. So I
knew
have
it.
to go on that rant about my.
I don't know what you're worried about.
I love the most about it when COVID was, when that conspiracy theory about the fucking wet markets. You remember? Honestly, man, like, we're so terrible as humans. For a short period of time, we all started blaming Chinese people for fucking COVID because they like to eat bats and shit. We're like, yeah, it's on the bats because they like to eat bats and cats and like, honestly, man, the fucking xenophobia, the racism that was linked with COVID was so horrible. People post big up all my Chinese and brothers and sisters out there, man. You did nothing wrong. Don't worry. It was obviously a lab leak. We know Wagwan. Maybe a biological weapon of some regard, but it wasn't your fault. Don't worry, brothers. It wasn't because you guys like to eat fucking, dicey animals and shit in your fucking ramen. Don't worry. Continue sucking on a fucking frog. It's all good.
Still got you shook.
Well, no, it's just that
You what?
Certain places you're not
you
allowed
survived?
in that I went through. Yeah.
Or you get it and then you're compromised. You got heart issues.
No, I didn't get it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are they gonna do? This is wild.
But
right?
I wasn't. The reason I didn't get the COVID vaccine is I was going to Europe and I didn't have time because you have to space it out.
Why are you going to Europe?
You have to get
Why?
The first one and the second one, right? And I was going to Europe, and of course I procrastinate. So I was going. If I got the first one, I would have to wait like 3 weeks to get the second one, but I was already going to be in Europe. So I was.
Normal people will just know when they're going to a place and just get them before. You can't even get jabs done without somebody holding his hand. That's not cute. I don't lie. Being nearly 60 years old and being like, oh, I'm a procrastinator. It's like, bro, like you're a bit of you're grown up. Don't you have kids and shit?
Like, I can't do that. I got to figure something else out.
Oh, timing's everything.
Yeah. Did you get vaccinated?
Fuck no.
Yeah, do you remember? Yes, Izaki Teju. They were dumping bodies in India. Like, there were actual videos of people like with pickup trucks, like dumping bodies, and guys in like, in the, I forgot what they're called, saris and stuff, right? And little handkerchief masks and stuff, dumping bodies in an open fucking grave and shit. It was crazy. Like, that's why sometimes I understand why people got scared, because those videos were wild. Or the videos of the Chinese people who were being like dragged by force into fucking trucks and shit. I don't know if they were contaminated. I guess they were contaminated. So they're being dragged out of their homes by force. Some woman I remember seeing her screaming and she got thrown in the back of a van. Like, oof.
What? No, fuck no.
Fuck no.
I love it. Yeah.
I'd rather fucking go lay in the street.
Anyways, So Brian finally admitted he didn't get the COVID jab. He faked his COVID passing. I don't really care. Again, like I said, these comedians seem to be obsessed with COVID. Like I said before, I think in my real life, I've never met a single person who's talking about COVID. On my life. I don't think in my real life, I've met a single person who's talking about COVID. You know? I don't think I've met a single person who's speaking about COVID. Yeah, big up Space Guy, yeah. The only good thing about COVID was this channel. Because I think in the beginning of COVID, I think the job I had at the beginning of COVID, they went bankrupt, so I didn't have a job. So I was just spending loads of free time streaming. I think the beginning of COVID is when I started to start doing more content on my YouTube channel. Because I had my channel for ages, but I didn't usually post. So that's the one good thing to come out of COVID. But yeah. The mask thing was the mask thing was good. I don't mind that. Just the lie that it was gonna, make you not get the virus was fucking hilarious. And also the thing in the shops where you had to stand, you had to do the social distancing. That was so funny. Or you go to a store and the cashier would have that plastic sheet thing in front of them, and it kind of stops here, head height, and it's hold on. So the virus only, I don't know, whatever. It's not airborne, right? It doesn't go over things. It only goes through things. That whole time was fucking stupid, man. So dumb. Anyway, continue. What else are we gonna do here? Oh, let's play this one. This is funny. Brian Callen says that Joe Rogan has made his son conservative. Can you imagine bragging about something like this? I'd be ashamed to share this with people in public, even if it is true. I'd be ashamed to share it. But these guys, I'm sure somebody, maybe I should do a TFATK bingo thing, but I'd probably get drunk if I did it. I'll get too smashed. But they must mention Rogan on every fucking episode of TFATK. They must find a way to mention Joe Rogan every episode. And this mention is probably the most disgusting way they've mentioned him ever. It's so fucking gross. Honestly, it's the worst. Let's see this one.
Himself has had a huge effect on boys from the age of 12 to 22. My son, who's 12, is basically a conservative because he's listening.
Look how much he's smiling that his son listens to Rogan. Imagine being in love with another man like that. Imagine being in love with another man like that isn't your dad or isn't your boyfriend. Just a regular dude. Just in love with him. My son likes Rogan. He likes Rogan like me. Comedy mothership. Conservative values. It's come on, man. Yuck. Aren't you his dad? Aren't you meant to be his hero? Shouldn't your kid be looking up to you? Why is your kid looking up to Rogan? What do you do?
He and his friends are all listening to Rogan, listening to guys like you. It just because they've been kind of demonized. They've been told that they are the problem. And so kids are but then they get a guy like you and they're listening but that's how I feel. I'm not a bad person. I'm competitive. I want to do.
When did TFATK turn into this stuff? Honestly, just make jokes, man. Be funny. What is this nonsense? No one's coming to TFATK to listen to fucking political diatribe from two, mediocre stand-up comics who got fucking, supported and bankrolled by their rich parents or by their good connections in Rogan. No one wants to hear from you. You guys have no life experiences. Probably, they probably Brendan's the only person that had a real job at one point, right? A couple of real jobs. But apart from that, they spent the most of their adulthood in the laps of luxury, right? In the laps of privilege, living in one of the best places in the world. And here they are fucking pontificating about the world issues. Shut the fuck up. No one wants to hear you. Regular folk don't want to hear what you have to think about anything, to be fair. Make us laugh or shut the fuck up.
Sports. I want to fuck around and be funny. I don't want to feel like a librarian's always watching me. I don't want to feel like there's a chaperone in the corner. Hey, stop dancing or roughhousing, boys. Don't roughhouse. That's what they're telling boys. Yeah. Roughhouse? It's all we fucking do.
Yeah.
All we do is tease each other. All we do is say shit we're not supposed to say. That's the whole point.
Also, slight nitpick here, but I hate Brian Callen's wedding ring. I hate that silicone rubber. Usually people that wear that are guys that actually work out or use their hands. Because, if you wear a regular, metal, steel, whatever fucking wedding band, it can get fucked up if you're using your hands all the time. You might have to take it off on and off. So that's why people wear the silicone or the rubber kind of one that he's got on there. But what does he do with his hands, really? He just wants to appear like a badass because he knows all the Navy SEALs guys wear them, all the CrossFit dudes wear them. So he wants to appear like a badass and stuff. It's like, bro, just put a normal wedding band on. You don't have to fucking, yeah, exactly, a man ring. I fucking hate it. Just have a regular ring. You don't use your hands. You don't work in the field. You don't lift weights. Like, what are you doing? Like, really, what are you doing? This cosplaying as like a man. It's like, just be a man. You have to cosplay as one. And yes, nitpicking, I know, but I fucking despise it. Just put a normal wedding band on, please.
It's the point.
That's the whole point.
Like,
if you tell me I can't say it, he and I, before the cameras are on, the shit that he can't help himself. We were going live.
I say every word possible.
We were going live, and I was like, hey, even me, I was like, hey, you gotta calm down.
Yeah, I love it.
I was already getting tired.
Love what? What do you love? You don't say anything worthwhile. What do you love?
I'll say every word that would get us canceled.
I mean,
big up NJ Ranger.
The old guy who wants to fight all the time equals the kid. The guy who's younger with the intelligence of a child equals the fighter.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it make sense.
Exactly. To be fair, Brian's probably like the way he is because of his upbringing, right? When you grow up rich, or when you grow up as wealthy as Brian has, especially traveling the world and stuff, it's really difficult to be a well-adjusted human. It's difficult. You've seen loads of things. You haven't had to work a day in your life. It's probably hard to just be well-adjusted, but I don't know, man. It's a comedy podcast, yo. It's a comedy podcast. What is this? I know this is a clip from a whole show, but it's a comedy podcast. Like, make people laugh. Like, honestly, like, the main thing these podcasts should do is distract you and I from our struggles of everyday life. If you wanted to listen to somebody inform you about certain things, you can go and find those pods. But when you listen to a comedy podcast, it should be for distraction purposes, not to people to preach at you from their soapbox when they don't have any idea on what it is to live like a regular person. None whatsoever. They're just going by shit that they read on Twitter and stuff, or Instagram and stuff. They haven't got any real lived experience of the things they're talking about. Just stuff they've heard other people say on other pods. It's annoying.
I got him canceled. My children would have been canceled just for knowing him. And
Generations would.
He's like, I gotta get it out of my. You know?
Just imagine being proud to admit that, number one, your kid being into politics at that age, 12 years old, is probably a sign of you failing as a parent. Because if you're a 12-year-old kid, you should be maybe obsessed with like streamers. You should be obsessed with video games. You should be obsessed with music, with sneakers. You should be obsessed with streetwear, UFC, whatever. You shouldn't be obsessed with politics. Like, he's 12-year-old is what? Sitting down watching Destiny streams. He's 12-year-old sitting down watching Ben Shapiro. Like, that's when you know you failed as a parent. Like, really? Your 12-year-old is sitting down watching fucking Destiny talk about trans rights and stuff? Like, huh? Your 12-year-old is sitting down watching fucking Louder with Crowder on Rumble. You failed as a parent, bro. Your kid should be playing fucking, Fortnite with his friends online. Maybe that's too, maybe 12-year-olds is too old to play Fortnite, but you should be playing Call of Duty and, calling fucking everybody in the lobby a nigger. That's what you should be doing. You should be calling people redacted in the fucking lobby of Call of Duty somewhere. Dropping fucking hard R's. Right? You shouldn't be fucking watching, political debates. Like, weirdos. Anyway. Quaila's destiny is hilarious. What can you do? What can you do? And we've all seen what happens when you get into politics super young. Who's that kid that shot those people during that protest? Look how much of a dork he is. He had every right to shoot those people. Don't get me wrong. He had every right to shoot them because they were trying to kill him. But look how much of a dork that kid is. What's his name? Do you know that kid? That little chubby looking kid who took an AR-15 out on a run. Who's that kid again? I forgot his name. The little white kid that murked all those people. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse, exactly. Look how much of a dork he is. Imagine that being your kid. Just a fucking dweeb. That's what ends up happening. Like, no one wants a Kyle Rittenhouse as a son. Like, I wouldn't anyway. The kid's a fucking loser. But he does have a good shot on him. That shot where he blew that guy's arm off, the bicep, when he was leaning back. That was a fucking brilliant shot. He's falling back. The guy's trying to hit him with a skateboard and he blows his fucking bicep off. Like, he murked like 3 people, didn't he? He murked like 3 people. Oh, bro, you put those people on t-shirts, bro. It's fucking incredible. I love it. You put those people on fucking t-shirts. You tried to hit him with paint, with a skateboard. He was like, look, don't bring a skateboard to a gunfight, bro. Don't bring a skateboard to a gunfight. They got smirked. Anyway, what can you do? What can you do? This is the last clip I'm going to play for Tom McDonald. Brendan Shaw thinks Brian Callen's kid's gay. Again, you have to be deep in the TFATK law, but I've noticed, right, that Brendan doesn't really respect people that don't play sports or aren't athletic and stuff. Even though he talks about always wanting to be a comedian and his first love was stand-up comedy and never went to sports, he has a very quintessential jock attitude. Like, if you can't lift weights, if you can't run, if you can't throw, if you can't catch, he doesn't respect you as a man. So I've always got this feeling, whenever Callen talks about his son, he kind of always like talks down on it, like, because his kid plays baseball and he's athletic and shit. Like, he kind of doesn't respect Brian Callen's son, and he kind of always makes it seem like Brian Callen's son is like gay or something because he's not into sports or something. Like, just watch this clip, see what you think. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think Brendan thinks Brian Callen's son's gay.
But if you look at it, it's just making everyone softer and softer and softer. Like the new generation, like that's why my kids, whenever I'm doing anything in my cars, I take them with me. They need to know how to change tires, change the oil. Because now, like your son, he's coming up now. Dad has an electric car. Okay, tire blows, oil. They have no clue. They have no
somebody with rough hands.
Of course. It's just making those people softer.
I call my wife and she comes out with her rough hands.
Yeah.
Imagine he's trying to say, because Brian Callen has a Tesla and his kid, he gives his kid rides to school in it, that he now wants to suck dick or something. What? What's the like, what is it about you Americans? Can you please tell me this? Like, what is it about you Americans thinking electric cars immediately mean like soy boy or mean like cuck or mean like homosexual? Like, what is it about that? Like, I understand you don't like them because they're lame or whatever, or they're too quiet, they don't feel like real cars, they're too heavy. But why do people associate Teslas with gay? Like, I don't understand. It's so bizarre. And also, I love the fact that Brendan's talking about changing tires and oil. I highly doubt Brendan can change a tire. I highly doubt he can change his own oil. We've seen what Brian does with these cars. He takes them to professionals and he sits down on his chair and browses social media. He just takes his credit card out and swipes. The most he's done to his car is spray the grill of his Lightning with house spray paint. And then he put like a decal on the side of his car out on the TRX. He's not very hands, what's the thing called? He's not really good with his hands anyway, right? He has no real practical experience in that regard. He takes all his stuff to garages and just pays other people to fix his car. So the fact that he tries to say, "Oh, I'll take my kid with me every time," it's just like, bro, what? You take your kid to the garage where you pay other people to fix your car, and then you both just stand there and watch. Okay. It's so weird. But I do love the fact that he thinks Brian Callen kid's gay because his dad's got a Tesla. That's great, isn't it? That's lovely. Don't you think so? That's really nice, isn't it? It's the same. Really, they hate hatchbacks. Leather. They hate hatchbacks because they're gay. Is that a thing? Again, I don't drive. Do people think hatchbacks are gay? Everybody drives hatchbacks here in the UK because they're just practical. Wow. People think hatchbacks are gay. Okay. I guess. Yeah, exactly. Big up Pre-Ban 4 Loco. He brought his car to get spark plugs changed. Exactly. Hatchbacks equals power bottom. Lols. That's so stupid. Come on, man. Why is a hatchback a signal that you like fucking, that you like to get your bussy tumped in? It's just a car. Like, what's wrong with that? A Subaru hatchback Outback is lesbian. That's hilarious. So if I drive what's a Volvo estate car? Because I love Volvo estates. What's that signal? If I was into driving Volvo estate cars, what will people think? Will people think I was a race trader or something? A Volvo estate. What will people think about that? Ew. Okay, cool. Cause you guys are fucking mean. What's wrong with the Volvo Estate? They're really nice cars, don't you think so? I quite like a good Volvo Estate. I'm not gonna lie. A Volvo Estate is one of these ones. I'm sure you guys know it. Volvo Estate. I love a good Volvo. The old ones are the best, especially the boxy ones. The ones from like maybe the early 2000s. These ones, you know about Volvos. Come on, you know Volvo. Let me get it on the screen for you. These are beautiful. I love these, man. One of my favorite cars. But again, maybe it's a bit of an English thing, maybe. But they look brilliant. What do people think if I drove one of those? Would you think I was a? What do you think I was if I drove one? You think I was a killer or something? Those are so beautiful. Look at that. And they're practical too. Look, you can move an entire couch with a Volvo. Look at that. You can move an entire couch with a Volvo Estate. How incredible is that? If I had a podcast couch, I can move it all in one go. Look at that. You guys are haters, man. You guys are fucking haters. Haters. Anyway, cool. Enough of the Tom McDonald. Let's move on. Let's talk about. Oh yeah, let's talk about this. BERT KREISCHER, bro. Did you guys see BERT? Did you guys see BERT KREISCHER and Tom Segura being embarrassing on Pat McAfee's show? Oh. Brothers, you're gonna cringe so much. By the way, anybody watching now, if you hear the sound of my voice, please be prepared for maximum cringe. Full-blooded HD 4K cringe. Be prepared. I'm warning you. Maximum cringe incoming. Maximum cringe incoming.
Not as good as you. How much do you weigh whenever you completed that? 6'6"?
6'6", 200. Oh, you're not impressed with the fake bounce?
I see your boobs.
They're not boobs, man.
Yeah, I see your boobs.
I put in some work.
Yeah, I saw your boobs.
These things are popping, man.
We're on ESPN, Akbar.
265, man. Come on.
Speaking of boobs, there's a man over your left shoulder who I've seen his boobs.
How you doing, brother?
Brilliant. Ty. Birdie. Hell yeah.
He's bringing drinks, man.
Brother.
Hold on, bro. I got.
The poor Ossos jacket. Ew. The fucking baseball jacket. Ew.
Birdie. Hell yeah.
He's bringing drinks, man.
Brother.
Hold on, bro. I got.
5 o'clock somewhere. Yep.
That's right.
Yep. Might you ever keep it short?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Brother. What is happening?
Bert, this is the first time I've seen you with your shirt off.
Jack, brother.
Hey, Vegas.
Look at this shoulder. Look at this shoulder, Pat.
Hey, Bert.
Explosivity.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Make your chest bounce, man. Make your chest bounce. Not your shoulders, your chest.
No, I can't do it. I'm a new athlete.
I haven't learned the boob bounce yet. Hey, Akbar, you're the man. Keep going, buddy.
Pat McAfee is such a pro. Throughout the entire process, for the entire period of this clip, you can tell he's uncomfortable with Bert being there. You can tell he doesn't want him to be there. But he's such a fucking pro. He deals with it so well. But it's so cringe and so embarrassing. I'm just going to let it play the whole thing. I'm not going to stop it anymore. But just keep watching this. Oh, God almighty.
Hey, Vegas seems like a place that you...
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Fight with my wife at? Yeah.
No, you and
3 in the
Lance.
morning, up until 3 in the morning because someone took out a $50,000 marker because Taylor Lewan had did it.
Okay, so you went and did the Dana White gambling thing?
No. I lost it before that.
Okay, so because they were remember he told Dana was sitting right here, and he goes, "Yeah, we'll get you $60,000, no problem." I'm like, "So I got to bring what, a few $100,000?" No, I just take a line of credit out. Don't worry about it. I'm like, "So who do I owe then at the end of that thing if I lose?" He's like, "You're not gonna lose. You did. It sounds like."
Yeah.
Not with Dana.
Listen, I can't.
It wasn't with Dana.
No. Tom and I did a thing. We had Baker Mayfield, Taylor Lewan, Bill Compton, Jason Kelsey. It was a good group, but man, I can't roll with the big dogs like that.
No, if you win, you.
A regular person, right, would just know when to leave after this quick little, like, you know, hey, here's me, my top off. Especially when you're the one standing, everyone's sitting, like, it's a show. You'd know when to leave, right? You just make your quick joke and you'd leave. But,
And
there's something about you NFL players that's just different. Like, you guys don't mind putting it all out there. Like, regular dudes go into the shower with boxers on, right? Like, you guys go in.
I don't know.
Who's doing that?
What open?
No, like, you're not doing that. You are not walking in there.
No way.
In seventh grade, the first time I ever showered with boys, I wore boxers in the shower.
7th grade. I mean, now you're a machine now. You're a machine now.
Hands will come off right here, guys. I promise you that.
All right.
Yeah, I can't gamble with those guys. They go hard.
You guys got massive shows coming up. Are you guys? You're good. You're just gonna
MGM
power right through.
Arena. Yeah, we launched the vodka this week. Porosos.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I did not sleep last night. I'm still drinking. God bless you.
Cheers to you, dude.
Cheers, brother.
Hey, how about you? Just a Florida man. Just take it over. He has a movie about his life.
I know. Oh, yeah. We
It's
watched.
about your life, too. It's not just, I didn't know we were.
I had a couple movies about my life. Isn't that crazy?
The Contractor.
That is crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a Florida guy.
I'm a Florida man.
The Departed, yeah.
Through and through.
Hell yeah.
I'm shocked I haven't been struck by lightning yet.
Hey, don't you notice how unfunny this is, by the way? Isn't that interesting? Look how funny and uncomfortable this is. There's no jokes. There's no banter. No one's crying, laughing. Nothing. He's just standing there awkwardly talking. It's kind of similar to his stand-up comedy, isn't it? And yeah, Uche's right. He definitely is the kind of person who'll be hard to get rid of. He's the kind of person, Uche, you'd know this, right? When you have an after somewhere, when you invite people out from a night out, right? And they come back to yours or whatever, he's that person that is not getting the sign that everyone wants to go to bed now. The only people left who are staying up are the people that live in that house. He doesn't get the sign. And you have to literally all maybe secretly text each other and say, hey, we're going to go to bed at the same time, and then he'll maybe get the sign. He doesn't really, no social cues, nothing. He just always thinks he's the most important person in the room.
It's coming.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to roll out. I love you guys.
Hey, you too. Congrats.
Brother.
We'll see you soon.
Congrats.
What's this? This is the vodka?
This is the vodka. Porosos, me and Tommy launched it. Tommy's sleeping in. I'm doing press. He'll be here to do Rich Eisen. He was like, I'm not a big McAfee fan.
Yeah.
AJ will be there.
We would do the same exact thing.
McAfee's so
Where's this available?
beefy,
Everywhere?
so good.
Florida, Texas.
Pick up McAfee for rolling
in
with it,
March.
man.
This is our soft launch. Porosos, everyone. Thank you.
We know. We see the name on your hat. We see the name on the bottle. We saw the jacket. Like, we know what the name is. Like, just allow
Thank you, Bert. Congrats on everything, buddy. Love you too, bud. Congrats on
Love you, Bert. Love you, Bert.
Love you, Bert.
Love you, Bert.
He's so white. So he just takes off his t-shirt and jacket, throws it on the floor, then picks it up and... Does he wear underwear, by the way? Does he wear underwear? Or he just raw dogs jeans? Imagine raw dogging denim jeans. Raw denim jeans. He raw dogs raw denim jeans. He just lets his nuts hang on the jeans. Inside the jeans. Do people do that?
Way to go, Master Machine!
Atta boy, Bert.
Guy wears boxers in the shower.
He's not wearing any right now, but
I don't believe that.
Nothing
on. Hell yeah, brother.
He left his drink. Smart.
I think
You might as well finish it.
Smart play.
Might as well finish
We
it.
have so many microphones, I don't know which one's which, and if anybody could hear what he said there, but
We can hear it.
Bert's going through a little bit.
He is.
Bert, it looks like Bert's having a little bit of a Vegas morning.
Yep.
Sleep.
A little Vegas morning.
Porosa sounds like a tequila.
Pat McAfee's obviously a bit annoyed by his presence.
No, but it's a vodka?
See, I was going to look for the answer, but it's just an empty cup. Porosos. I believe. Poros.
The guy we heard actually lost. Or down right now, big.
He admits to.
Big up Pat McAfee for being a pro, but he fucking hates it. He hates it so much. But this is going to be worse, by the way. This is going to be worse. You thought that was cringy. The second interruption from Bert and Tom now is going to be far worse because Bert gets considerably drunker in between. So, again, strap in, guys. Guys and girls out there, strap in. This is going to be way more cringe than the first clip. All right? Way more cringe than the first clip. Let's go.
And how your year went? I assume you hear everybody talking about, do you see what CJ? You're going to be the guy that everybody's just like expecting people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be like. For these guys that get not just Bryce Young, and I appreciate you reaching out to him, being a good friend and everything like that, but going forward now, like these guys that get drafted this year, it's like,
oh yeah,
who's going to be the CJ Stroud of this draft? Well, maybe nobody. Well, and then the next draft class, who's going to be the CJ? Maybe nobody.
Well, I would give them their own advice. Like, you got to be yourself. Like, that's something that I never did. I never, like, wanted to be like another quarterback or be like anybody else. Of course, like, learn from other guys, learn from my mistakes, you know, learn from my successes. But, you know, everybody's going to have their own story, their own lane. So, you know, I'm excited for this rookie class to come up. But, like, all that stuff everybody talks about, the expectations, man, the expectation you should have is playing hard every single play. Playing, going to every meeting, trying to take great notes. Like,
by the way, I don't know much about football. I don't know much about football at all. But don't you guys think Brendan should have molded his career around or kind of followed Pat McAfee's kind of template? Shouldn't Brendan be the Pat McAfee of MMA? But he's not, obviously. But that's who you probably should have seen as somebody to follow, as opposed to trying to be a stand-up comic, because that was never going to work. He probably should have followed the Pat McAfee, because Pat McAfee's like loved and adored in football. He's got a great podcast. He gets great guests. He does great interviews. It feels like a fun show. He makes tons of money, loads of views. Like, that's what Brendan should have done, really. But he was too focused on trying to be the next Joe Rogan, and obviously it all failed.
The little successes are what make big successes. So I'm not a huge guy on just, I went out there and just balled. Like, no, it's not that simple. You know, it's a lot of work that's put in. Sure. I appreciate that, but it's a lot of work that's put in behind closed doors, you know. And shoot, you guys know y'all were players and y'all professionals in y'all line of work.
Nominated for the Hall of Fame twice. Thank you.
Oh, my bad, big homie.
But Casario told a story of you coming in front of like 30, is that what he said? Yeah. 30 staff members. Yeah. And you just sat down, and you were the only one that was just like yourself the entire time. Didn't try to change it all.
The cringe is coming. Don't worry. The cringe is coming.
I don't want to bring up negative stuff, but like, do you think whenever you go through a lot of shit, you almost find like more confidence in who you are? Do you think that like hardened you through some of that, and that's why you're always yourself, or has this been who you've been your entire life?
No, I think you hit on the nail. I haven't always been this way, you know. Like, it take time, like, to build a mindset, build like build your character. You know, I think God has to break you down to build you up. And when I was a kid, you know, I went through a lot, and you know that just prepared me, like you said, just to be more comfortable in my own skin, and you know, be okay with being vulnerable. You know, and in that moment with the Texans, when I sat down and. I just was like, man, whatever I'm going to do throughout this whole draft process, I'm going to be myself, because that's what I'm going to be when I step in the building. So I might as well just tell the truth and be real, you know. And
the cringe is coming. The cringe is coming.
You know, get the great feedback that I got, because I'm just really just being myself through everything.
Yeah, well, if you're always yourself, you never get caught. You know, at some point, people will find out who the hell you are.
Yeah,
you know?
My mom used to always say, whatever's done in the dark comes to light.
Nope. Boom.
Sounds like your mom got some bars here.
Tell that to Crystalia.
He gave her a big shout out. Conman's got a question for you.
Yeah, CJ, rookie year, you go to the Pro Bowl. How
Here comes
was
Bert.
it? Did you
Here
enjoy
comes
the
Tom.
precision passing? And are you as mad as we are that Dan Orlovsky tried to fucking show all the quarterbacks up and score the most points in the precision?
And then post it.
And post it after the fact when everyone knew what score everyone else had?
I don't think he even knew.
You know, it's all good. It's all love. I like Dan, so I ain't tripping. But I had a great time,
good.
man.
That's big. Dan need to hear that.
So
Dan need to hear that. Dan need to hear that.
Yeah,
Here we go. Here we go.
Those things are fun more than anything. Of course, for me,
Here
I
comes
hate
Bert and
losing.
Tom.
And, you know, I lost, and that sucked. But I had a great time, man. Meeting everybody in their family and having my family out there, being able to go to Universal and Disney World. You know, I'm a big kid at heart, so, you know, I had a ball, and I had a great time out there. Hopefully first to many. So, and shout out to Dan, man. Go break it again. And,
That baby Dan. Dan, we love you, Dan.
Feel bad, Dan.
Dan Orlovsky doesn't get a lot of that.
Andy Reid?
Oh, fake Andy Reid there.
Oh, yeah, that guy's.
Let me get a play call.
That's Bert Kreischer.
Top
Oh
dollars here.
no! Oh no! Oh no! Here they come! Here they come! I probably should have cut the clip a bit more, but here they come. Here comes Tom and Bert, the two fucking middle-aged white men selling their fucking shitty vodka. Look at the black dude looking at them like, who the fuck are these? Who the fuck are these niggas? This guy's not sure either. What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, we are.
Bert, that's not
Okay. All right.
Oh, wow.
All right.
We got Tommy Buns with us.
All right. Hey, Tom. Hey, Tom.
Tommy!
Hey.
Tommy!
Tommy. CJ. Do you know these guys?
How you doing, CJ?
Need one of those hoodies, Tommy.
Do you know these guys? Of course. Bert wants everyone to know.
Two funny whites. Two funny whites, CJ. Two funny whites, Tom. And
interrupt?
Hey, man. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
I heard you were sleeping this morning.
Yeah, I got you a recovery drink.
Thank
Oh, wow.
I was.
They said if two brothers would have walked in, they would have called the police.
CJ, you drinking? You drinking, CJ?
No, sir, I don't drink.
Look how funny he was. The footballer, right, was able to say a funnier joke than these guys have said the whole entire time they've been there. Big up, CJ.
Nope. He's got an offensive rookie of the year to win, dude. Just won it. Okay, Bert, sorry about it. How are you guys doing?
Tom.
Let's go. You're still doing it.
I'm hammered.
Still doing
I'm gonna give it to Tom. I shouldn't talk.
Don't.
Watch out, man. It's C4 time. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, man.
Get sober.
Look how awkward they are. They can't riff. What's going on? Look how awkward they are. CJ is fucking holding it down. zinging them, pinging them. They can't even riff. You see how terrible of comics these guys are. You see how terrible these guys are as comics. They can't riff. They can't banter. They don't look how awkward they're standing. Like they look like two middle-aged white men in this situation, but they're two professional comics allegedly. Big up CJ.
Tastes like. It's really good actually. This is really good.
Waterfall.
How's this?
Great mix.
That's delicious. Try it.
What is it?
It's our recovery drink.
So what's in it?
Funny. Humor.
We take migrants' blood and bone marrow at the border.
There you go.
What else?
It's
Everyone's cheering C4.
and, you know, there's
all right. Yeah.
There we go.
Bert's got a weird physiology, innit? All his fat is like on his body, not on his legs. He's actually got the legs of a skinny dude, but his midsection is where all the fucking weight goes. Isn't that weird? How his physiology is. Like all the beer, all the burgers, all go to his midsection. None of his legs. He's actually got very quote unquote normal looking legs. Big up Austin Casey.
When Bopper left the UFC, he would always shit on it by saying now he doesn't have to get punched in the face. He kind of burned that bridge even though he tried something with Food Truck Diaries.
That's such a good point. Big up Austin Casey. That's such a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Do you remember? Because he kept making it seem like stand-up comedy saved him or podcasting saved him because he didn't get CT or brain damage. Yeah, that's a very good point. He wasn't very like glowing about his time in the UFC, really. That's a very good point. He was never respectful of it, never honored it or anything. Very, very good point. Big up Austin Casey with the fucking knowledge drop there, the insight drop, the hot take of all hot takes. Damn. But as well, to be fair, I don't know much about Pat McAfee, but he seems like a very charismatic person. He seems incredibly likable, easy to watch. Like I don't even know anything about football. Like I always say, the great sign of good content, which is why I sometimes love when people give me this compliment. It's one of my favorite ones. Oh, I love putting you on in the background. Oh, I fell asleep to your streams. Those are the best compliments because we all know how precious or how, how protective we are of our time and what we hear in the background. If something's terrible, you switch it off straight away. So if somebody can listen to your thing in the background, it's amazing. So I think Pat McAfee, even if I don't know football, I could easily have Pat McAfee's show in the background and I would let it play out the whole time, his whole stream. That's a sign of a good show. And I think it has a lot to do with Pat McAfee being a really nice guy. He comes across as a good dude. I think Brendan just doesn't have that capability. I think there's something about Brendan where people can tell he's just a bit of a dickhead. Unfortunately, you can't really fake being a good guy, you know? Unfortunately. You probably can fake a lot of things online, but you can't fake being a nice person.
He poured it here. I'm not.
Here we go. Oh boy.
Thank you guys for stopping by.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you for stopping by. He's trying to get them to leave.
That's a lie.
He's trying to get them to leave. They're not leaving.
You're doing that, Bert. Really nice.
Look at Bert.
He just doesn't want to put his. He drinks.
I want one of those hoodies.
C4 only. CJ.
That's smooth as hell, but I'm going to throw
Isn't it
up.
weird how high-level athletes don't booze?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's
yeah,
crazy,
especially
right?
Thursday at 11 a.m. Thursday 11 a.m.
By the way, did you see that? The producer in the background thought it was part of the show or it was fun. She brought out a second mic. Pat McAfee went to go give it to Bert. He saw how wasted he looks. He was like, nah. Now he's just holding it in his hand. He's like, nah, I'm not giving that shit to him, Bert. He's going to stay here forever. Pat McAfee was going to give it to him and he was like, nope.
Hey, Bert, here's to you, bub.
Brother.
Y'all getting free promo. Excuse me. I'm in the way.
Hold that
Exactly.
C4 up.
Y'all getting free promos.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey.
CJ's getting annoyed now. Even CJ's getting annoyed now. CJ's getting annoyed. He doesn't think the guys are cool. He doesn't think they're funny. CJ's getting a little bit annoyed himself. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's my interview. What are you guys doing? Fuck off. He doesn't drink either. So he probably, if you don't drink, the last thing you want to do is be around middle-aged white men who are drinking, right? The last thing you want to do if you're sober is being around anybody that's drinking. CJ's probably getting annoyed here.
To you boys.
Cheers.
2 bears.
He hates
Let's
it.
see.
Pat McAfee, by the way, good job he did here, Pat McAfee. He's drinking that drink to get rid of Bert and Tom. He's drinking it to get rid of them. I'm sure some of you guys know social cues. Pat McAfee's only drinking that just to get rid of them.
You'll be good.
Alcohol in there?
Take it
Definitely
down.
alcohol in the
Take
bottle.
it down, Pat McAfee. Come on.
Too.
What is it?
You're ready to go.
Yeah, I am. Hell yeah. I wasn't before, but now I am.
you are.
He put the mic underneath the desk now. You see that? He put the mic on. You can't see it, but he put the mic under the desk. The producer gave him a second mic to give to Bert. He looked at Bert's face. He saw how drunk he was. He held it in his hand, and now he finished the drink and he put the mic underneath the desk. He doesn't want those guys to be there at all. Big up Pat McAfee. What a pro.
Thank you. I can find this in Texas.
Thank you.
Subtle indication for him to leave. Thank you. I can find this where?
California and Florida.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the pro. He's the man.
Porosis.
Porosos. Leave now. Can you guys leave?
Porosos.
How many push-ups do you think I can do right now?
Oh my god.
I got a good.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bert's asking the footballer how many push-ups I can do. Why is Bert being so embarrassing? Why is he doing this to himself? Imagine this is your dad. God, he's so embarrassing.
3.5.
3.5. He's doubting you.
Oh my
wow.
God.
Boom.
All right.
Okay.
CJ 3.
No
Hold on,
underwear.
Bert. What is an accurate over under?
Wait,
what is a proper
24.5.
No, what's a proper expectation? What 40?
They gotta be full.
Okay, so we'll do.
Wait, but AJ's calling. He's gonna give you range notes.
What is going on?
What? CJ.
The funny thing about CJ saying what's going on. The funny thing about this, Tom hates this just as much as everybody. This is the funny thing about this. Tom hates this just as much as anybody, but because he's selling this vodka, he has to put his hate to one side. He has to fucking just, put up with this. Because he knows this is the only way to sell, Bert's going to do what he's going to do. But, CJ, look at CJ's face. I wish I could zoom in. Look at his face. He's looking at him with pure disgust. Look at his face. I wish I could zoom in. I can't zoom in, can I? No. But he's looking at him with pure disgust. Look at his face. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a screenshot. Let me see if I can get a screenshot to show you guys. But he's fucking disgusted, bro. Huh. Can I see that? Is it big? Let's put it up. Hold on, let's see if I can do this. View full screen. Come on, come on. Look at his face. Can you see it? Oh, it's not there. Annoying. Okay, cool. Whatever. But look at his face. He's so annoyed.
We got a strong hamster about to do push-ups.
CJ, listen. None of us know what's going on.
Sorry.
Including me. And I walked in with him.
Big up NJ Ranger.
At least if it was fat and the K, we'd find out how big CJ's pee-pee is. Maybe he'll win the Grand Hogaso.
Yeah, it'll be so horrible, innit? They'll be asking him about his dick. And I'm surprised they haven't mentioned it already. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. He's got a piece on him. Huh? Shut up, you fucking idiots. But yeah, big up NJ Ranger. Oh.
Yeah. All right.
All right. You count it, AJ. Come on.
You gotta lock out.
Yeah, you gotta lock
Yep.
out.
Oh, these aren't push-ups.
You can see his
We're
horse.
going. Come on.
Where's he at right now?
15.
16. Where you at, Bert? What number are you at?
Don't make him count.
All the way up.
Somebody else count.
No, we missed it already.
I know.
So if we start counting,
Impressed,
It's
though.
at least 20.
Come on.
There's 30 right there.
there are how many?
30.
30. All the way up.
9. That's 40.
Sure.
Come on.
Let's get to 50. Let's get to 50.
He's been going since early.
CJ, this is your fault.
Nah, it stinks in here now.
Fired up.
He said 3 a.m. I had an argument with his wife.
He lost 50 grand, he said.
There you go.
Hey,
Come
way
on.
to go,
Give him a round
Bert.
of applause.
We're proud of you,
CJ,
Bert.
call it to Miko.
We're proud of you, Bert.
I'm good, brother.
10 day.
With the low.
Look how he's looking at him.
Hey, we appreciate you boys.
Man.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Sorry, Bert.
Tom, thanks, bub.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
All right. Sorry for ruining
No,
your
Tom, thank you, Tom.
TJ, great to meet you. C4 for life.
Good work, Bert.
CJ didn't even look at him. He didn't even look at him. CJ didn't even look at Tom. He didn't even look at him. It's like, fucking these white dorks. He didn't even look at him. He didn't look at Tom at all.
That's awesome.
Hey, love you too, Bert. Thank you.
No, you're
no,
leave, man, leave.
No apologies needed.
Looking good, Tom. Great shoes.
Yeah, I'll take it.
This is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Good to see you, Tom.
Here you go, Bert. Great shoes, Tom.
Yeah, so CJ, those are two drunk whites in the wild, and we did.
Big up MK.
Bert definitely doesn't have a toaster or any self-respect.
I swear to God, I have family relatives like this, right? but it only shows up during like family functions. I'm sure some of you guys have relatives like that, right? Uncles who are like embarrassing to be around. But it's usually family functions when there's too much booze. Bert is like this all the time. Like, it's part of his personality. He's like this all the time. It must be exhausting. It must be exhausting to be his friend. Like, God almighty, bro. Fuck. Big up MK.
I know that was happening on
It's all
this.
good, man.
You what you give him 2.5, 3.5 push-ups?
Yeah.
He proved you wrong.
No, he didn't do any.
Man, he didn't do any. Like, you're not an extender. You know at the combine when they make you press out?
Yeah.
That don't count.
All right, so what do you got going on with C4?
That don't count. He's disgusted. CJ's disgusted by the push-ups. You had to sit there and watch some middle-aged white man do shitty push-ups. Like, that don't count. That's the fun thing about people like this, right? I think pro athletes at that kind of level, they don't want you to try and like suck them off and try and pretend you're an athlete too. Big up Mexican salsa.
You don't drive Agostinho? What? Why not?
Yeah, I can't drive, man. I got too many criminal offences on my name, bro. You know what I mean? My license got revoked. I did a couple ride outs. You know what I mean? I've got a name in the streets. Big up Jim.
Replace these two with Bobby Lee and Theo, and we're all laughing.
Exactamente. You see, everybody was cringing. No one was laughing. Like, it was just them in their own little joke. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what they say on the podcast about this. How they try and spin it. Because that was a bomb. They bombed incredibly hard. They bombed so hard. But I want to know what they think about when they go on their own pods. I'd love to hear what they have to say. But I love how this CJ guy just is not impressed. And oh, by the way, to finish our point, I think, again, I've never met a pro athlete in like, you know, in like a social event. But I think if you was to meet a pro athlete in real life, they'd be much more, they'd be way more open to talking to you if you just spoke to him like a normal person and you didn't try and like talk about your athletic accomplishments. Which one you shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, they actually just want to hang out or talk to somebody that's normal, who might talk about some normal shit and not try and prove how much of a badass they are or something. Or I could have made it pro, but I busted my knee. They don't want to hear that. They just want to, I mean, it's probably refreshing to hear somebody just speak normally about other things that don't include football, you know? But those guys have no real personality. They're always trying to suck up to famous people, but in one hand, all his only personality is that he drinks. This guy doesn't drink. Obviously, he's a top tier athlete. So, and even if he did drink, he's not going to drink on this show. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's got a sponsor. He's doing an interview. Like, even if he did drink, why would you offer some professional footballer a drink live on some podcast stream? It's so fucking dumb and inconsiderate. But yeah, I love how CJ didn't give them any love and kind of just gave them the cold shoulder. That was absolutely brilliant.
Now that we got the real hero in here.
Man, get that alcohol out of here.
That's right.
C4 here, the real stuff. The stuff that's going to have you really bouncing off the wall.
How long have you been with C4?
Like 3-4 years, man. They were my first NIL deal in college, so, you know, it's been amazing to work with them. I take their protein powder, I take their energy drinks, and their pre-workout, so it's been amazing. NSF certified, so, you know, the league ain't going to be tripping on us. And
which is good.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
I want some C4 now. Fuck por osos. I want some C4. I want some fucking C4. Big up CJ. I want some C4. I want to see if I can find some in the UK. I want some fucking C4 now. You smashed it. I want some C4. Give me C4. That was brilliant. Can you actually get C4 in the UK? C4. Let's see if I can find it. Can we get some? Oh, I can. Oh, I'm gonna order some C4. Look, you can get some C4 in the UK. Yeah, I want some C4 now. It's called a Cellucor C4 energy drink. It's only £2.49 per can. Decent. £20 for a fucking case. Yeah, I'm gonna buy some tomorrow. I'm gonna get some tomorrow. I'm gonna get some C4 tomorrow, and I'm gonna fucking go crazy. I'm gonna pump with some C4. Oh yeah, good fucking big up CJ. We're in the gang together. Big up CJ. Fuck por osos. No por osos. What you got? C4 all day. C4 bang your door. C4. We're a C4 stream now. We're C4. Okay, that's what we are. We're C4. That's what we are. We're C4 only. C4 gang. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm an idiota. Anyways, moving on. So we did that. Oh, let's play this one. This is a good one. So, have you guys seen this? There's something weird about Brendan that he does often that I've noticed, and other people have noticed too on the TFATK Reddit. He has this tendency to always mention the race of the kid that plays with his kid when they're playing baseball. He's obsessed with race in general. If it's a black kid, if it's a Mexican kid, whatever, Hispanic kid, like he always mentions the race for some odd reason, which is odd because his kid looks really Mexican, right? His kid looks incredibly Hispanic, incredibly Latino, right? You wouldn't think his kid was 100% white anyway. His kid probably looks more Mexican than a mum, to be honest, right? But he has this weird tendency to always mention it. But this mention is incredible because he refers to a kid who's playing with his kid as a Mexi-Kid, which is funny because his kid is actually half Mexican. So the kid who plays with his kid is Mexa-Kid, but his kid, I don't know what his kid is, like Mexica? I don't know. But let me play this clip because this is a hilarious clip of Brendan referring to one of his kids' teammates or opposing players in baseball as a Mexi-Kid. Big up Mexican salsa. Mexi
How
salsa.
long before Dos Osos Tequilas collapses? I give it 1 year lol.
I think it'll do quite well. I think they're doing it. I think some of you guys in the stream chat will know this. I'm not really too familiar with the business, but I've got a feeling they launched that vodka in order to have somebody buy it out. They want to do the whole George Clooney thing. You know, when you launched that tequila and then another company came in and bought it and basically made those guys billionaires. I think that's what they want to do. It's a cash grab. They want to come in, launch a vodka, have it do decent sales, and then kind of sell it. I think that's what they want to do. What do you guys think? I think that's what... I don't think they're in it for the long term. They're not going to be developing flavors and shit. They're just going to get it to a certain level and then just sell it and cash out. I think that's what they want to do. And obviously, from what I've been reading online, vodka is really, really cheap and easy to make. So I think they're going to do that, personally. Oh, really? Okay. I'll check that out, actually. I'll probably watch that next. Josie said, podcast cringe did a really good breakdown. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. I think that's what they're going to do. Anyway, let's play the clip. Big up, Josie. I'll probably check out podcast cringe. That's a good shout.
Hi, Patrick. My name is Jeremiah. I'm a local journalist, and I am here with the NFL Network. It is an honor and privilege to be speaking with you today.
It's great meeting you, Jeremiah.
So, you know what's crazy? I had a whole list of questions that I wanted to ask you, but now that I'm up here on the podium, I don't even want to ask them anymore. Because, let's be real, this is your 4th time going to the Super Bowl, which means that this is your 4th opening night event. And if you look around, all of these reporters waiting to interview you, I want to have a little bit of fun first before all the chaos begins. So is that okay?
Let's do it, man.
So I want to build a fantasy team, but on 2 conditions. The rules are simple.
This kid is way more articulate than Brendan, and he also knows more about football than Brendan. Even though Brendan allegedly played in the NFL. This kid is way more articulate than Brendan, and he's black, and he knows way more about football, even though he's fucking, 10 years old or something, or 12, 13, wherever he is. It's fucking hilarious.
We both have you as our quarterback since you're one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And the second rule is that you can't pick anyone that's on the current Chiefs roster, but you can pick players that are current or all-time players in the NFL.
Okay,
rules,
sounds good.
Rules good?
Sounds good.
All right, so who's going to pick first, me or you?
You got first.
All right, let's do running back. I'll pick Barry Sanders.
Oh, right, Barry Sanders? I'm doing Earl Campbell.
Okay. Wide receiver number 1.
Randy Moss for me.
Dang it. Okay, I got Jerry Rice.
Okay.
Wide receiver number 2.
Wide receiver number 2. Let me go with... I'll go with Tyreek Hill.
All right, give me Calvin Johnson.
Yeah. All right, listen.
Wide receiver number 3.
That's he lost Chris. No. I knew like 2 or 3 of those players, but that kid, dude. Here's all I think of. If I was that kid, if Calvin, do you know how I would explode from pride, dude? I'd be crying the whole time.
I would quit everything.
Wait,
if the camera I'd become like a helicopter dad.
No,
it'd be like when you see kids on The Voice. You know, and the people turn around and they cut to the parents, and the parents are like,
cry. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love that. That's gonna be me.
I mean, Billy grows up and just is.
I fucking hate Eric Griffin. I'm sorry. I fucking despise him. He's such a smarmy people pleaser, lick ass guy. He's so fucking fake. I despise Eric Griffin. His fucking face, the way his mouth moves, like he's the racial ambiguity. Like I fucking hate him. Oh, he's such a fucking dweeb. Like literally would want to push him down the stairs. Literally the kind of person that you walk into a store and you just want to trip them up, put your feet out and let him trip. Because most likely if he tripped, he'd probably break his arm. Do you know what I mean? He's never done anything physical in his life. He's, I despise that man. Despise him.
Fucking nailing that. Hi, Tyreek Hill or whatever the fuck you're saying. Oh, man, all of a sudden I'm a Tyreek Hill fan, dude. I love that shit. That's amazing, bro.
People be like, Billy, how'd you get into sports? Well, it wasn't from my stupid dad. He wouldn't let me watch.
Yeah.
You don't get a laugh because you laugh at the end of what you say, you fucking dweeb. Honestly, man. Ugh. Like, so annoying. So fucking annoying. He's not right. Fuck off. Cunt.
Calvin's not in
I wanted to be completely different than my dad.
Calvin's not playing any sports?
Oh, look at that. Brendan doesn't think. Brendan's now going to think Callen. Brendan now starts to think that Crystal the kid's gay. You see? In his head, if a kid doesn't play sports, the kid might as well be out there sucking dick. He does not rate kids that don't play sports. To him, if you don't play sports, you're not a man. You're not a boy. He's already looking down on Crystal Leah's kid. It's fucking hilarious.
Nah, not yet.
Nah, not yet. Nah, not yet.
Not yet. We wanted to get him into soccer.
Yeah, big up Provin187. Big up Provin. Long time no see, brother. I hope you're good, man.
Last year, but
that's a waste of time.
Is it? Why?
Wrangling cats.
Yeah, but
It's
running
ultimate,
around.
It's ultimate freeze tag.
Oh, I hate
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
he's also 3.
Judging a kid. Look.
Easy. I thought he was 4.
Well, he's gonna be 4 this month, but
So he can play baseball.
now he can. Yes.
Listen, not everybody's going to be pro.
Jesus Christ, bro. Imagine having a dad like Brendan. Like, if you're that's why, again, I don't like talking about the kids or the wife, but that's why he doesn't mention Boston too much. I don't think so. Obviously, he's way younger, but I have a feeling that Boston kid hasn't showed any inkling that he wants to play sports. So that's why he doesn't really talk about him too much and doesn't hang out with him. He just hangs out with Tiger. Tiger's clearly the favorite. He's trying to mold him into like a mini him. He's mini Brendan. It's like, come on, man. Just let the kid be a kid, bro. He's trying to push this kid into being all pro. Like, let him enjoy whatever. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, I played everything. I played cricket. I played basketball, badminton, football, rugby, like netball, volleyball, anything. You just played it because you're a kid. But he's really pushing his kid into being a baseball player because what? He sees the money. He saw that Japanese kid, right? Who's the Japanese kid in baseball who got that crazy contract? He saw that money. He was like, you know what? I want my kid to be that kid. That's all he sees in it as well, just money. He doesn't even want the kid to develop a love for the game. He just wants him to make loads of money.
Like 2 years,
Yeah.
like your kid. Fuck off, man.
Get after it. Get after it, Calvin. Just in the. Come on,
guy,
stand
this guy
up.
over here is Mr. Baseball.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do, man?
And you didn't even care about it.
This is probably the worst thing I hate about Eric Griffin. It's this, like, he does that thing that people do when they're trying to suck up to you, where he's trying to be like, look at this guy, like, you know, faking familiarity, right? The sort of like acting as if like they're boys. Like, he hated Brendan before. He hated Brendan before he even met him. He just hated him because he was doing stand-up comedy and he was getting further ahead than he was and selling tickets early on. Eric used to be the biggest Brendan Schaub hater, and then now he turns around, here he is licking his ass on the show because he's paying him money. And I was like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Like, he's not your friend. You're just sucking up to him because he cuts you a check. Ugh. People like this are the ones that you should... You know what? Let me say this clearly. Comedians shouldn't be worried about Mike Redbar. Comedians shouldn't be worried about Mike Redbar. Mike Redbar makes it very... Mike Redbar, sorry. Makes it very clear who he doesn't like, what he doesn't like about them, and he, you know where he stands. The people that you should be worried about are the Eric Griffins. The ones that laughing in your face, acting like your best friend, but then behind your back, they're bad-mouthing you, talking shit about you. Those are the ones you should be careful of. the Eric Griffins, not the Mike Redbars, not the uniques of the world. This guy, this is the real snake.
Tell somebody went like this. You know your kid's good. And he was like, oh shit, I gotta
Trying to get him deals, man.
Yeah. He can get an NIL deal soon.
Shit, hell yeah.
He's gonna be driving to high school in a Bentley.
All right, relax, bro. You're gonna get paid the end of the month. Relax. Calm down. Like, just chill out. You don't need to suck him off so much. You're gonna get your check. Relax. Take it easy.
You're gonna feel if you're like your kid literally before even becoming pro. Cause there's actually
talk about your kid, bro. Didn't you have a kid yourself? Why are you here breading another man's kid? Why don't you bread your own kid? Why are you sucking off another man's kid? Talk about your son or your whatever kid you had. Talk about your kid. Jesus Christ, bro. Have some dignity, bro. Fucking ugh.
Semi-pro right baseball, so he could be making money for college. Man.
Be dope.
That's gonna be something, huh?
Be dope.
He's like a sophomore in high school and he pulls up in a Bentley. You're gonna be like, what the?
Shut up, you dickhead. Big up, Casey.
Do you know who Lava Ball is? If Bopper's kids got good at sports, that's exactly who Bopper
Of
would
course I know who
turn into.
Of course I know who LeBar Ball is, mate. Big baller brand. Of course I know who he is. Big up, Casey. Of course. To be fair, LeVar Ball did a good job with these kids, though. They just lost their way. He basically got what? 2 of them to the NBA, right? 2? And one's playing in Europe, I think. I don't know. You guys correct me. Aren't 2 in the NBA? 2 of them, right? And one's in Europe. He did his job. It's just the kids themselves are a little bit, Oh, shit. Are the kids... There's a video going viral at the moment of LeBron James talking about kids being way too much into money and jewelry. And people are saying that it refers to this clip of these guys from, is it the Timberwolves? Buying jewelry and shit. Is that the team that LeVar Ball's kids play for? The Timberwolves. They're buying loads of jewelry and shit. And I think LeBron James was sort of like sneak dissing them, saying that hey, they don't care about the game, blah blah blah. Was that them? Because that clip was wild. They were all like buying bits in some jewelry store or something. Big up Mexican salsa.
Everyone in showbiz is fake and we can't stand it. I'm with you.
Yeah. I hate it, man. I hate it. Okay, no, Charlotte Hornets. Okay, cool. My bad. Whoopsie. I just saw some light-skinned black guys with tattoos and assumed those were LeVar Ball's kids. My bad. Not all light-skinned boys with tattoos all look the same, right? They're not all the same. Even though they are, but they're not. Even though they are, but they're not. Yeah. Big up Mexican salsa. Big up Austin Casey.
Dude, he was playing with the older kids on Saturday. There was this Mexa-Kid throwing fast.
Mexa-Kid.
Imagine referring to a kid as a Mexa-Kid when your own kid is half Mexican. The way this guy hates Mexican people is so interesting. Because I said it plenty of times on the stream before, but usually when guys are into women from other countries, other cultures apart from their own, they've usually got a little bit of love for the culture of the country or the cuisine or the language or the lifestyle, right? A lot of my friends who are into like Hispanic women might start learning Spanish, might start learning salsa, might get into reggaeton, right? Because it's part of, they love everything about it. They don't just love the white women with crazy big bums and big tits, right? And fucking dick sucking lips. They love everything else about it. They want like the food, they love the lifestyle, whatever. But Brendan seems to be the only person I've seen who likes women from other cultures, but he just hates the culture itself. He despises it. Doesn't speak a lick of Spanish. Doesn't want to speak a lick of Spanish. I feel like he's trying to whitewash his kids. He doesn't want his kids to be super, because allegedly they're bilingual, I think, right? If they can't speak Spanish, they at least understand it. The older they get, they're probably going to start speaking it more. Joanna, the wife's family is basically Mexican. So he's going to have a kid that's going to, identify probably more with the Mexican side the older they get, especially because how they look, right? It's undeniable. The kid's not white, of course. So it's like, bloody hell, man. How weird is it? Your own kid is Mexican and you're referring to another kid as Mexa-Kid. So rude. And who does that also? I don't know about you guys if you got kids, but do you always refer to your kids' friends by their race? Or do you just say their name? Are you like, oh yeah, the black kid, you know, George's friend, the black kid, you know, Emma's friend, the Muslim guy? Do you guys do that with your kids? Or you just refer to the kids by their names or something? God forbid, by their names. He loves mentioning the race of the kids. Like, it's so bizarre to me. It's so odd. Let's go back one more time.
Pro, because there's actually semi-pro baseball, so he could be making money for college.
Baseball. Fucking hell.
Be dope. He's like a sophomore in high school and he pulls up in a Bentley. You're gonna be like, what?
Dude, he was playing with the older kids on Saturday. There was this Mexa-Kid throwing fast.
Mexa-Kid.
In my head, it was all Latinos.
Yeah.
That's how you know he's playing high level.
I'm sorry.
He just landed like it's a transformer.
Yeah, a Mexa-Kid.
Mexa-Kid, roll out.
Yeah.
Quesadilla.
The fake laugh. Love the fake. One of the viral.
Tamale, quesadilla, transform.
All right, we got it.
But this fucking old kid was throwing heat.
Look at Brendan. He can't banter, so he tries to carry on with the story. No, Brendan, banter. You're in a comedy podcast. Make a joke. Come on, hang in there. Go like banter for banter with the guys. Come on. He's trying to still fucking strong arm the story. No, but this Mexa-Kid, it's like, we don't care. Like, start joking, please.
It's a fucking
so stupid.
Podcast laughing.
There's pinatas.
This is stupid.
You said Mexican.
This kid was throwing heat, and I thought to myself, I can hit
There you
that.
go.
There's no way.
Oh wow.
And Tiger was
Let's get
just
serious
in there.
again.
I was like, oh, there's no.
Oh wow.
There's no way.
Has he got some swag to him yet?
Oh, yeah.
Is he talking smack?
Oh my God, man. Eric Griffin. Talk about your own kid, bro. He's literally sucking off Brendan and sucking off the child. That's pedophilia, my friend. I'm not calling you one, but you're kind of doing some stuff that would be equating to it. What are you doing? Stand up, man. Get up from your knees. How you out here sucking off a child? God damn it, bro.
I'll let it get a hit and go. Do that shit. I'm like, no.
Dude,
that's a lie, by the way.
Do it.
That's a lie. Extra doubt on that one. That's a lie. Lying about what your kid does is probably worse than lying about your own life. I don't believe the kid does this when he fucking plays. That's a lie, by the way. Lying.
He has a chain.
Another lie.
He's Mexican.
Tiger's a monster.
How old is he?
Yeah, he'll be 8 in February.
That's hilarious, bro.
They're all just glazing his kid. Yo, why are all these people there? There's a black guy. There's Shanaz. There's the other. Why are there all these people in the studio? This is like 5 people for this shitty show. 5. And you got this guy. It looks like he sleeps in an ashtray. Like he must be like what? He's not even 40, is he? He looks so fucking haggard. What's his name? Nick, isn't it? Nick. He looks like pure dog shit, bro.
Selena.
Yep. All these kids got swag, man.
What if you were in the car, you you were listening to music, and he just in the backseat, he was just like, "Yo, I'm feeling myself," and he's just like, "Yo, Dad, turn that shit off, bitch."
What?
Wait, dude, yeah. Then Brendan would just be like this.
Eric, you're still gonna get paid. You're still gonna get paid, Eric. Relax. You're still gonna get your monthly check. Get up from your knees. Wipe that cum off your face. You're still gonna get your check. Fucking hell.
Still, car's still going forward. You would just be like, "Are you what?" I don't know. Yeah. Oncoming traffic. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, it is what it is. I don't think anybody's been great at anything without having a monstrously huge ego.
Yeah, we know. You're looking at the whole cast anyway. Fuck them all. Brendan doesn't like Mexican kids, even though his own kid is half Mexican and his wife is Mexican and he's got one half of his family is Mexican. But he doesn't like Mexicans, clearly, because he referred to one of his son's opponents in baseball as a Mexi-Kid. A Mexi-Kid. You gotta fucking love it. You gotta love it. Another clip here. Brendan wants Joe Rogan's car. This is an incredibly annoying clip because the first thing that came to mind when I saw this was Rogan gave this guy a career on a silver platter with with platinum cutlery, right? With diamond encrusted cups or goblets on the nicest mahogany table, long as fuck, thick as fuck, sturdy as fuck. Big up Abby Martinez.
Had Block's friend named George. Mom called him Block's George. Abe is black. How George is coming over?
Your mum is awful. Why did she call him Black George, not just George? Was there another George that you knew, Abe? Why did your mum call the guy Black George? Why not just call him George? Black George. Or was she shocked that he was named George? You don't really see many black people called George, do you? Maybe it's Ghanaian. Ghanaians love a good English name, innit? Oh, Black George is fucking hilarious. Big up Abby Martinez's mum. Abby Martinez's mum probably knows Brendan Schaub's mum, innit? They were colleagues back in the day. Oh, big up Abby Martinez. But yeah, let's play this clip. Brendan Schaub wants Joe Rogan's car.
Yeah.
Let's play it. Sorry.
This was on 5 years. And it was the biggest show
I didn't
on
know
TV.
it was on MTV.
He just signed another big deal.
It wasn't.
They just said.
Yeah.
It was on MTV?
Yeah, no, it wasn't on MTV. Ludacris on MTV. His was on like straight up ABC. At the time, it was the #1 show in like the nation.
Yeah.
Joe signed for all the money in the world.
Honestly, this show, bro, like, I do this stuff for fun, right? I do this stuff for shits and giggles, right? It's good to get some beer and ketamine money from here and there, but it's mostly just because it's fun. But if I was pursuing this as a career, I'd be looking at it thinking, like, how are these guys making money from such a shit show? I know, obviously we know why, but it's like, they don't even try to make it entertaining. Like, I would love to know what the fans think of this show, like why they like it. They don't even try to make it entertaining or fun. It's just a couple of just sitting there, like, I don't know, rambling about nothing. They don't really hang out with each other outside of the pot. Like, I don't even know why it exists. It's just a weird show. It's just strange, very strange.
Only one that got re-signed to. The rest of them, like, we're good.
We're good. Because they know they made a mistake.
Yeah.
They know they made a mistake. They were like,
about what?
About paying some of these podcasters the amount
Caller
of money.
Daddy, Dak Shepard, all the podcasts they tossed a ton of money at.
I can't zoom in, NJ. I downloaded the video because my computer is so slow, so I downloaded it. So I can't zoom in, unfortunately.
No, they went, we're good.
They didn't re-up him? Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow.
Not like Rogan.
He's got to be close to $1 billion at this point.
Nah. Well, maybe all of it. Not with this, but like
no, I'm saying, but that's
everything.
probably put him over the top, man. Gotta be. The last deal was probably more than they're even letting on, and he was making something like $30 or $40 million a year from.
I don't know Rogan, right? So big up Kevin Cruz.
Bro, you can't dog on a kid for being Mexican while you name your kid Tiger. To be fair, Mexican parents refer to their kids' friends by their race.
Oh, really? Is that true? Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that. My mom never did that. I don't think African parents do that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Is that true? Okay. My parents never did that. My parents just referred to my friends by their names. Really. Or who's that nice boy? Who's that ugly? Or by features. Who's that ugly boy? Who's that tall boy? Who's that boy with the big nose? They would usually say that, but they wouldn't mention the race. Maybe that's worse, calling somebody ugly. Right? Calling a child ugly is probably worse than calling a Mexa-Kid. Maybe. I don't know. But big up my parents. They did nothing wrong. They did everything correct. And big up Kevin Cruz.
From YouTube
right,
for 8 years.
Plus touring in arenas.
Touring in arenas. That's you got to be close. And by the way, because of who he is and the influence, he's got business connections.
Yeah.
He's probably involved.
He has investments. Then don't
He's not just sitting there being
What's
like,
the one?
But fellas, don't forget he sold on
That's
it,
what I'm
which paid more money than Spotify.
Thank you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's got to be close
yeah,
to it.
then yeah.
That's why he's getting rid of his truck, and I want his
go
truck.
Like this.
We're
You
at
should call
dinner.
him, Brendan. You got $1 billion.
You see what he does there, like when he sucks him off? Like, he's mentioning this detail because it shows that he knows Brendan more than anybody else. He knows Rogan, more than anybody else. I was talking to Rogan. He wants to sell his car. We were at dinner. It's like, bro, like, honestly, bro, this guy literally loves Rogan more than his own dad. Like I said, I think what you call it? I was on the Kat Barker show actually. Podcast coming out soon. I sat down with Kat Barker the other day, and she was like, "Oh, something about what would happen if Joe died," and I said to Kat Barker, "If Joe died, every single podcast within the JRE universe, all their hosts will be crying. Guaranteed, they'll be all crying on camera, but they probably wouldn't cry if their relative dies. But if Joe Rogan died, they would all get on stream or podcast and they'll be sobbing." The comedy store rubbish, and like honestly, man, and all because he's just got money, because he's like, big up Evan Martinez.
Yes, I had a Latina mother. It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, okay, cool. Evan Martinez, yeah, big up Fashion Road Man as well, echoing. Africans are so matter of fact. We call people ugly, don't mean exactly. Yeah, exactly. Fashion Road Man knows. So my mum or my dad might refer to one of my friends like fat, ugly. Or if they have like a disfigurement, the guy with the thing on his head, or if they're a bit redacted, or if they've got a disability, like that's what they'll mention. They won't mention a race though. So I think that might be worse. I think that might be worse. Maybe African parents are worse than Latino or like Hispanic parents, right? Calling a 12-year-old kid ugly. What's wrong with that? How about that stinky boy? That stinky boy, Oh, you gotta love parents, man. You gotta love parents. Let's go back to this.
Well, it's kind of like that. We're at dinner. He's getting rid of his truck. He's in a Ford, and I'm a Dodge guy.
Oh, you're a Dodge guy now. What happened to being a Porsche guy? What happened to be a Ferrari guy? Now you're a Dodge guy, allegedly.
I was like, I'll take your Dodge. And he's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. I was like, yeah, but just give it to me, right?
That's hilarious.
Can you imagine admitting that? Can you imagine asking Joe Rogan for a car when he's giving you literally everything? He's giving you your life. Yes, he made him quit UFC, but he's literally given this guy his life on a silver platter with platinum cutlery and diamond encrusted cups. And he still wants more. Give me your car. Why would he give you his car? You don't need it. You got enough cars. He probably want to give it to somebody else, or maybe you won't give it to anybody else. Why do you feel entitled to his car? Fucking hell, bro.
Right? Like if you're a billionaire, it's like, yeah, we will though, but also give it to me.
How about you though? Why don't you give George a job? Why don't you give George his job back? Instead of asking Joe Rogan for his car, why don't you give George his job back?
But also just give me the goddamn truck, right?
I don't.
That's like a Snicker bars for you. Give it to me.
Well, so here's what I think. Like, have you ever known super rich guys that are like?
He wants Rogan's truck so he can smell the seat.
Yeah, exactly. I fucking hate it, man. And it's been wild because I didn't know. You guys told me anyway. I didn't know that Rogan was the one that got the TRX first. You guys told me. I didn't even know that. So his whole infatuation with pickup trucks is from Rogan. Like he's got no personality of his own. None. He got into Porsches because of Rogan. Like, he got into cars basically because of Rogan. Like, I can't imagine. Big up NJ Ranger.
What would Prophet and Yeka Power say about Benden's insubordination?
Exactly. Prophet Power and Yeka, yeah. I need to react to some of his fucking shit. Prophet Power, man. Fucking scammer. Big up NJ Ranger. But, I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys, but I've had some friends of mine who have had money. And I don't know, you don't obsess about them like this. I get it's different maybe because Rogan's famous, but surely if you know somebody, you don't talk about them like this all the time. Like, I don't know Rogan, so maybe I should be more obsessed with what Rogan does, business-wise, how he does his podcast, the marketing, the lack of whatever. I should be maybe obsessed more with what Rogan does as an up-and-coming content creator and shit. As opposed to these guys. These guys know him. They know him personally. He's their friend. They've got his phone number. They can text him if they want. They can call him. Why are they constantly talking about him? It's just like, come on, man. Like, we get it. It's Rogan. Whatever. Like, relax.
That because I haven't.
No, that's why they're rich.
But that's what I'm saying. Because I think I would do that. I think I would just give people cars.
Oh, really? Kevin Cruz. Even as a Mexican, will refer to other Mexicans based on their state or their skin color. It's more of a descriptor, not as offensive. Okay, I didn't know that. That's amazing. Is there such a thing as like people what's the this other thing is people looking down upon Mexicans who are darker skin tone? Is that a thing? Are there Mexicans out there that like to like bleach their skin? Does that exist? Like in African culture, we have that. People that like to bleach their skin to appear light skin and shit to make because they feel like it makes them look more sophisticated or it makes them look hotter. Is that a thing with Mexican people? Do Mexican people bleach their skin? Please tell me no. Please tell me no. Please tell me no. Please tell me no. Oh. No, really? Mexican people bleach their skin? Fuck, I didn't know this. Of course, boss. Shit. Is Sammy Sosa Mexican? Isn't he Cuban? Is he? Is Sammy Sosa Mexican? I didn't know that. White Mexican living grande. Of course, boss. Talking about Sammy Sosa. He's not Mexican, right? Sammy Sosa, isn't he Cuban? Or my mistake? Or is he Puerto Rican or something? Okay, yeah, Sammy Sosa's not... Yeah, exactly. Why are you guys making it seem like... Okay, I thought... A lot of racism in Latino community, Samantha B. Wow, I didn't know that. A quick way to lose a rich friend is to say why you don't give me that. Exactly, Keith Thompson. Exactly. 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 A quick way to lose a rich friend to say, why don't you give me that? Exactly. You know what, actually? If you have a rich friend, you'll probably have a rich friend forever if you actually offer to pay for things or you just pay for things without them knowing because they're so used to always paying for everything. If you actually have a rich friend, if you go out your way to pay for stuff or to buy them a present or maybe to invite them out for a drink, you actually will have a friend for life because they know that you're not just a freeloader. But these guys, they want to go on these podcasts. They want him to promo their fucking special. Like it's just constant take. Fucking hell.
But maybe that's why I'm not a billionaire.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally
I
get
think
it.
about it all the
Warren,
time.
Doesn't Warren Buffett drive a Civic?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's a hoe, though. He's a hoe.
Like,
he's a bitch.
I know,
a
okay.
88 Volvo or something?
So my dad has money throughout his career and stuff. He's not rich, but he would.
Okay, let's find out ourselves. What's Chris D'Elia's dad's name? Chris D'Elia dad. Who is that? He's not rich according to Chris D'Elia. Let's see Chris D'Elia's dad. Bill D'Elia. Let's see Bill D'Elia. Who is Bill D'Elia? Bill D'Elia net worth. Oof. Bill D'Elia looks a little bit rapey. No? Lower your skirt. Lift up your top 1 second. Can I place my hand on your shoulder? All right? You're a very attractive... Bill D'Elia looks a little bit... He's a little bit where's my hug at? You know, he's a little bit where's my hug at? Let's see Bill D'Elia's... Bill D'Elia's net worth is 20 million. Chris D'Elia said he's not rich. Bill D'Elia's net worth is approximately 20 million. My dad wasn't rich. If that's not rich, what's rich to you? This is not rich according to Chris. This is not rich. Wow. 20 fucking mil. Big up Chris, big up Bill D'Elia. What does he actually do anyway? What does Bill D'Elia actually do? I've never actually looked at his Wikipedia. What does he do? Has he got a wiki? He's got a wiki, innit? Right? Chris D'Elia's dad's got a Wikipedia, you know? Crazy, bro. That's how you know your dad's doing something. What's Chris D'Elia done? Pick up Abby Martinez.
I'm a light, Hispanic, and I received prejudice from the darker ones. Called me white boy. Picked on me.
Pick up Abby Martinez. Wow, I'm like Hispanic and I received prejudice from darker ones. Wow. So darker Mexicans look down on Mexicans who are fairer skinned, but I guess some Mexicans who are fairer skinned want to appear like, it's like, for lack of a better example, Brendan Schaub's wife. I get the feeling Brendan Schaub's wife doesn't want to look super Mexican. She kind of wants to look lighter. I don't know if that's a thing. Am I bugging? I think even her mum has kind of got that look. She kind of looks like, you know, very westernized, right? Into her kind of look and her style and shit. Wow, I didn't know it was a thing. I bet it's even worse if you're a Mexican and you don't speak Spanish. How about that? You probably get looked down upon super hard, isn't it? If you're a Mexican and you don't speak Spanish. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. So Bill D'Elia. Bill D'Elia grew up in Queens. Okay, he's from New York. To an Italian-American family. He graduated with a master's degree in communication from William Patterson in 1972. He has... Oh, is that his wife's name? Ellie Dombrowski. Ellie Dombrowski. That sounds very Jewish, isn't it? In 1980s, D'Elia was a director of television commercials. In 1989, he's made 20 million from just being a director of commercials. Wow. In 1989, he independently produced and directed a film called The Feud, based on a 1983 model by Thomas Berger. The film attracted the attention of Stephen Bocho, who hired D'Elia on to direct an episode of Doogie Howser, MD. Doogie Howser. D'Elia went on to direct episodes of numerous television shows, including Northern Exposure, Glee. Wow, he directed on Glee, Chicago Hope, Ally McBeal, The Practice, Boston Legal, and The West Wing. Chris D'Elia's dad directed episodes of The West Wing. he's a quintessential Nipper baby, isn't it? Chris D'Elia's like a proper Nipper baby. Wow. D'Elia was executive producer and director of Chicago, what's that? Chicago Hope, Boston Legal, Ally McBeal, Harry's Law, Monday Mornings, The Crazy Ones, and the Shonda Rhimes series. Chris D'Elia's dad executive produced and directed How to Get Away with Murder. Holy shit. He also created a series called Judging Amy. He's currently executive producer and director of Disney series The Big Shot with John Stamos. So Chris D'Elia's dad has money. I didn't know you can make that much money doing directing. 20 million. D'Elia has been nominated for 8 Emmys, 4 as director and Chicago Hope. And 1 for directing for Ally McBeal and 2 for each for producing and directing. Wow. Chris D'Elia's dad's a big deal, isn't it? Honest, exactly. My dad is a rich. He Grey's Anatomy. Glee. Oh my God. Saturday Night Live. The West Wing. Look at the shows he did. My dad isn't rich. Beverly Hills 90210, the original one. Oh my God. Yo, Chris D'Elia's dad is rich and famous. Oh my God, bro. Chris D'Elia, my dad isn't rich. Okay, cool. 20 million isn't rich. Fucking hell. He also was an actor too. Okay, he was an actor. He was in Ally McBeal, Courthouse, Lewis and... He was in the episode of Lois and Clark, New Adventures of Superman. My dad isn't rich. His dad must make so much money from residuals. Oh my God, that is hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. What does Chris D'Elia's mum look like? Ellie Dombrowski. Let's see what she looks like. I've never actually seen what his mum looks like. What's his mum look like? Is she dead? Oh, this isn't memory. True hero. What's she look like here? That's not his mum, innit? Who's that? Who the fuck is that? That's not his mum. I don't think so. Okay, cool. I don't know who that is. Oh, where's his mum? Okay, she's not on here. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Let's see Chris D'Elia mum. I'm curious to see if she's on here. I want to see what she looks like. Okay, there's the mum. There she is there. There's the mummy. Mummy Dearest is there. Okay. Let's see what she looks like. There's Chris D'Elia's mummy there. Regular white lady. Okay, fair enough. Fair play. Big up mummy. Big up Mrs. D'Elia. Big up Mrs. D'Elia and big up the D'Elia family. 20 fucking mil from directing fucking commercials. Let's rewind again. My dad isn't rich. What?
He's a bit. I know. Okay,
88 Volvo or something.
So my dad has money throughout his career and stuff. He's not rich, but he would have. He would give people cars and shit, and like.
My dad isn't rich, but he gave people cars. He gave people cars. What? I love it.
Maybe that's why he's never gotten to the next. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, I'd be too wild with him. Like, even now, I'm not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I gotta hustle, dude, to make.
No, you don't. Your dad bankrolls your entire business. You don't make, you know, as much money as you probably think you do, or you probably act like you do.
To me, but like, even if you're like, dude,
Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. I just realized he's wearing donut. Isn't that the channel on YouTube that does the car content? That's that big channel on YouTube that does the car content, right? Isn't it called Donut? He's so fucking try hard. Oh, what a poser, bro. And he's got a Dodge Trucks hat. Cringe. He's trying to what? He's trying to get on that show now. He wants to fucking hang out with them. Oh. What a tryhard. What a fucking tryhard. Lame. I just noticed it now. He's wearing that. I swear that's a big channel on YouTube that does like car content and shit. Boo.
Ends meet. But like, even if you're like, dude, I hustle, dude, to make ends meet. But like, even if you're like, dude, I love this watch. I'm like, okay, you can have it.
It's weird.
He's just copying what Rogan says, by the way. He just rabbits what Rogan said. Rogan does exactly the same thing. Abby Martinez, big up, big up.
Mom dyes hair blonde. I don't speak Spanish either.
Oh, really? Fuck. Consolidate. What's that? Commiserations to you, brother. Because I know I get it. I get weird looks all the time whenever I tell people that I'm Angolan. I don't speak Portuguese. People always like get all fucking uppity. I'm like, bro, like Portuguese is the fucking language of the fucking colonizer anyway. Like Angola was one of the countries that has like the longest running fucking, you know, thingy-majiggy. You know, Portugal was like, what's that thing called? I forgot what the fucking name of it is. 500 years occupied fucking fucking Angola, and people look at you weird if you can't speak Portuguese, as if you're not like a proper Angolan. It's like, it's not even our fucking language. You know what I mean? Fuck off. But hey, it is what it is.
Dude, I don't.
That's why we're not billionaires.
Maybe though. No, I mean that's not why I'm not a billionaire. But like maybe that's what. But maybe that's what. Like, yeah, this guy does it, but this guy does it as a business.
But his is a bit. So he'll be like, we're giving out whatever 40.
Are they gonna start hating on Mr. Beast now?
1,000 cars.
I always wonder about that.
And they give it to him.
I always wonder about that.
He's doing the Lord's work. He gets a lot of hate.
Rich people don't do shit like that.
They're not.
You know what's funny? Have you ever heard of Brendan or Crystalia giving their fucking fans free tickets to their shows? Have you ever heard of Brendan or Crystalia giving their fans free tickets? They don't even give them free tickets. And they're here debating about what Mr. Beast does. You don't even give your fans free tickets to see you perform stand-up comedy. They always have to pay. Always have to pay for merch, for tickets. Not even free ticket giveaways. Nothing. Here they are, you know, picking apart what Mr. Beast does.
Like us, dude.
Well, we don't.
That's what. No, they're
the
savages.
ones I know don't.
I'm with them.
And I'm not saying they should or shouldn't. I'm just saying they don't, and it's interesting.
They're savages. But like I have a buddy, billionaire.
X to doubt. I have a buddy who's a billionaire. X to doubt.
Through a dinner, and I was like, clearly got it. And he's like, nah, bitch, we're splitting it 6 ways.
Yeah, weird. Like that's super weird.
Yeah, but
no. Honestly, man, imagine being such a freeloader that you expect to just get comped because your friend has money. You have money too, bitch. You might not be a billionaire, but you're a millionaire, or you live like one. Like, honestly, imagine having this type of attitude with people. You just expect to get, like, usually if somebody invites you out, yes, maybe you expect them to pay, but you always offer. That's what sensible, well-mannered people do. Yes, maybe if they invited you, you may be thinking in the back of your head they may pay, but until they make it clear they're going to do it, you still offer to pay. You still take out your wallet or your card. You still have the money to cover it. You don't just sit there entitled hoping someone to pay for your dinner. What are you, some fucking foot? Come on, man. Big up Austin Casey.
Oh, are you a Moper guy? Tilda some guy? No,
I'm a Dodge
guy, Brandon.
Exactly. Imagine making your whole personality around cars when before it was all about bikes, and then before that it was all about whiskey. Like, the guy acts like a literal teenager, innit?
He's doing,
okay.
Yeah, but he's
okay.
doing,
I'll cover it. You know what? I'll cover it.
He's doing that because he's like tired of people thinking that.
No,
If
I'm
you
not
go
talking about Rogan though. I'm not talking about Rogan. Dinner, yeah, I understand.
He wants to get on Rogan so badly. It's never gonna happen though. Rogan doesn't like controversy, and I think Chris has been he's been blacklisted because of the diddling allegations.
That, but like,
no, I'm saying about.
Oh, that dude got
I'm
it.
saying if you're out with someone who is like super wealthy, right? Yeah. And it's not, a lot of times you go out with somebody super wealthy, and then they just do it.
Yeah.
They invited you, and you're at some fancy thing, and then it's taken care of.
Yeah.
Like Rogan's like that. I mean, I was in Austin, and
Eric's definitely the type of guy that's gonna keep his wallet in his pocket if you go to dinner with him. He's definitely gonna wait to see who pays first. Eric's definitely the kind of guy who, if you take him out to dinner, he's gonna order 4 starters, he's gonna order 2 mains, a dessert, cocktails. He's definitely that kind of guy that's gonna take the piss. You invite him to dinner, he's gonna order stuff he would never order for himself because it's not his pay. It's not him paying. Eric's that guy. He's that guy. You know it. Fucking freeloading cunt. And you'll probably ask for a doggy bag as well. Can I get a doggy bag? Fucking idiot.
like 8, 9 of us out to dinner.
Right.
And we knew it was like whatever. Courses just kept coming and it was whatever. But what I'm saying is if you're just out with someone, you guys meet up and then you just assume.
No, that's bitch shit. I'm talking
the
about.
person probably always thinks that.
I
so
agree.
Occasionally he just wants to throw a
I'm with
monkey
you.
wrench into
Yeah,
it.
I'm with it.
It
was my birthday though, and he set it up.
Extra doubt.
Right?
Yeah.
You cover.
I also don't believe Eric has any friends outside of the people he does podcasts with. I don't believe Eric Griffin has a bunch of friends he goes out with. Big up Jim.
The aliens watching us got bored, so they gave Redax super confidence.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, big up Jim. Oh man, honestly, Eric Griffin pisses me off so much. You know why he pisses? I don't know why. No, I know why. He reminds me of so many people that I worked with. Like, just people just waiting to fucking punch and slap in the back of the head. Walk into a meeting like, shut up, you cunt. You fucking do-gooder, fucking brown-nose Jobsworth. That's what he is. Eric Griffin's a fucking Jobsworth. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm not going to cause any problems. I'm doing my job. Fuck off, fucking, ugh.
Right?
Yeah. You should.
It was your idea.
Let's call
You
him.
cover it, dude.
Yeah. We should have a segment where we call people out.
Maybe that's the difference.
Anyway, you know what? I'm bored. Let's switch to Chin. These guys are fucking boring me to death. Fuck them. Fuck him. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Let's go to Chin. Oh no, let's do this. No, let's not. Before we do Chin, have you guys heard the big news? Before we do Chin, have you guys heard the big news? Have you heard the big news? Have you heard it? No. Bryan Callen's having another kid. Yes, you heard it. Bryan Callen's having another fucking child. Insane.
How about his dad pumping 62?
That's pretty crazy. He beat Bryan.
Did
Bryan
he?
was 556 when he had a kid.
56, yeah.
And now he's got another one, right? 57.
Yeah.
Oof. Gotta be 58 when that comes out.
Is he having another kid?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He's crazy, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's because he's just,
Best part of the
so
show.
sexy. His wife can't get out. His wife can't stop.
Yeah.
He's just a sexy guy. That's what happens.
Whoa.
Oh, bro, I saw this.
Naked stand up?
Yo. If ever you needed evidence that Bryan Callen is from a very wealthy family, it's this. No one else, Bryan Callen's age, with the mediocre career that he has, would have this amount of kids if they weren't bankrolled by their dad. That's why I'm almost certain Bryan Callen has a trust fund or an allowance he gets from his dad on a monthly basis to top up his podcast money. Again, I don't like to count people's pockets, but the guy is an average comic. He does some decent amount of shows. The podcast he does is all right, whatever. But keep in mind, he has to pay 20 grand in alimony. Last time I checked, I think it was like 18,000 for the child support and the rest of it spousal support. $20,000 per month in alimony to his ex-wife and to look after his kids. He has 2 kids who are under the age of 18. So he's going to be paying the alimony for a few years still. He has a newborn with his new wife, and then he also has this new kid coming up. So he's technically feeding 5 people. His ex-wife, his 2 kids from his previous marriage, and now these 2 kids plus 6 people. Sorry, his ex-wife, his 2 kids from his previous marriage, now these other 2 kids coming, and the wife who doesn't work. That's the sign that you know this guy is wealthy. He comes from a wealthy family. I'm almost certain Bryan Callen gets an allowance. Now imagine being a nearly 60-year-old man and your dad gives you an allowance or a trust fund. And then now picture Bryan Callen lecturing you about the world. The guy's never worked a job in his entire life. I think apart from being like an accountant or something one time briefly, he's never had a real job in his entire life, and his dad gives him money. And he's nearly 60 years old, and he's here telling you about life and what it means to be a man, and what, like, bro, like, your dad pays your money. Your dad literally pays for your fucking, your kids' diapers and shit. Like, unless, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe the Fighter and the Kid, and the Golden Hour, and that show he does with Sam Tripoli, what's it called? Conspiracy Hour, or whatever it's called. Maybe it makes a lot of money. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the podcast makes way more money than I think. But I just don't think he makes enough to cover all of that. An ex-wife, 2 kids, new 2 kids, and a new wife. I don't know. But yeah. God damn, bro. God damn. But I guess that's always the danger. When you marry somebody really young, because I think Bryan Callen's wife is like, what? In her mid-30s or something. I guess it's a danger. When you marry somebody young, you get the benefit of having like a younger woman that you marry, who's obviously way more attractive, maybe more fun, whatever it may be. But the issue is that she's still relatively young. She has a whole life ahead of her. And if she's a woman, especially at that age, she's going to want to get as many kids out of her as possible before the quote-unquote clock is up. So when you're older, you get the benefit of having this, trophy wife kind of thing. But then she's also going to want more. She's going to want kids, you know what I mean? Because why not? But then you're going to be the 60-year-old dad. So when the kids turn 18, he's going to be like 70 or something. But to be fair, isn't that quite normal though? Don't you guys not think that? Isn't it quite normal that rich people have kids way older? Isn't that quite a normal thing? Well, like a rich kid, their dad is like in their 60s and 70s. Maybe it's a normal thing. Maybe that's why he's doing it. Maybe he's just following in the tradition of his family. Maybe it's quite normal. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. But yeah. Fuck, Callen's having another kid. He's nearly 60. It's fucking incredible. Actually, let's see Bryan Callen's dad's net worth. I want to see that. Bryan Callen dad. Is his net Michael Callen? Will we see his net worth? Oh no, it's not got a link. Oh, it's got a link. Cool. Let's see. I want to see Bryan Callen's dad's net worth. Let's see if we can find it. Michael Callen net worth. Probably not gonna be available because he's a private person, right? He's not like a public figure, so most likely we won't see this on Google. But let's see if it's available. Let's see what they say here. Oh, okay, nothing. We don't get nothing, unfortunately. No net worth for Michael Callen. Okay, it says 3 million. I don't think it is, but it says 3 million. It's somewhere around 3 million. Let's actually see Bryan Callen's net worth. What's Bryan Callen net worth? Bryan Callen's 2.5 million, allegedly. Okay. Decent. Yeah, exactly. He's in the CIA. You won't find it. Exactly. Is he going to be on a list soon? Yeah, probably. Oh, is that what the wife is called? Amanda Humphrey. I didn't know that was her name. Amanda Humphrey. Okay, fucking hell, bro. 57 years. He's being born in the Philippines is hilarious. Bill Crash.
Remember when Eric was eyeballing Pauly Shore's food when he left the Fight Companion? And the slice of pizza too, so pathetic. BTW, I think it's Abe like Lincoln, not Abby. Thanks for keeping us alive, AZ.
I think it's Abe, like Abe Lincoln, not Abby. Abby Martinez. Oh, okay, so it's Abe. Okay, Abe Martinez. Okay, cool. Thank you, Crash. I appreciate you. No problem, man. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you for all coming. No, I appreciate for all coming. Maybe pause on that one. I appreciate you for all watching. Not all coming. And big up Abe Martinez, not Abe. My bad. I keep calling you Abe. I think I got Abe on the brain. Maybe Abe's a bad bitch that I'm interested in. I don't know. Maybe there's an Abby out there, you know what I mean, that I want to fucking take down, but I can't because I'm married. But anyway, whatever. Big up Abe Martinez. Big up Crash. Appreciate both of you. Appreciate you. Cool. Let's roll on. We saw that clip. Let's go on some chin. This is gonna fucking bleed my brain out of my ears, but let's do it. Okay, chin. Let's go some chin content. Bear with me 1 second as I try to get it up. I don't know which one I saved. I've got a few on here, I think. Not I'm a piano. It's not that Maron thing. It's not an interview. Let's see if I can find it. Bear with me a second. Okay, if you're watching and you enjoy what you're seeing, please make sure you like the stream. That'd be much appreciated. Just like the stream for me. You don't have to do anything else but like it. Okay, not that. Is it vlog? Building a Vietnamese? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I think I found it. I think I found the chin stuff. Okay, let's go. I downloaded a couple random ones, so let's see what we see here. Oh, this is gonna be brutal, man. It's gonna be so brutal. But let's strap in, guys. Let's fucking strap in. This is gonna be fucking brutal, but let's strap in. Oh god, here we go. Here we fucking go. Let's see chin. This is called Vlog 8, a peek into my week. Let's see this one. This is an old one. Let's see what he's saying here. And make it a little bit bigger. Can I make it a bit bigger? Yeah, I can, right? Can I? Let's just make this, put the bar up there so you don't see that. Let's make this a bit bigger. Bear with me a second. Oh, you can't make it bigger. Okay, cool. Let's just make it full screen then. Come on, view full screen, please. Full screen. Cool. Let's go.
Well, this sucks. I'm trying to export the Conspiracy Social Club video for tonight, 12 a.m., which is Friday morning, and it's giving me some errors. The share file has failed. So I looked online, and it looks like it might be something to do with the source clip. So luckily I saved that, and I'm re-importing it right now. Let's see what happens. Anyways, the reason why I'm wearing a mask right now.
He's wearing a mask indoors in his own home. He was such a dork, isn't it? He's wearing a face mask when he's at his own house by himself. Mask save lives. Oh god, he's such a fucking dork. I love it.
Apartment, because I'm about to leave to go do engineer or produce the podcast for Mike Tyson in El Segundo. So I'll see you guys there. All right, just left the apartment, and
so he put the mask on inside, but then when he got in his car, he took the mask off. What's wrong with this man? Is he okay in the head? Mask on inside my own home, but then when I get in the car, I take it off.
should make it there about 15 minutes early. So hopefully, once I get there, parking will be good to go, and I can just hop in the studio and get everything done. I should be set up, but we'll see. All right, talk to you later.
Finally arrived, but
now he's out of the car, mask on again.
To do COVID testing here in this big old van before we can get in to that facility. I already took my test, so we'll see the results.
Do you remember that era of COVID though? Do you remember that era where you had to get a test sometimes to go in certain buildings and shit? A rapid test. That, I think it was an antigen, right? That little thing that you put the droplets on the fucking thing and it turns a certain colour. Honestly, COVID was such a weird time. Passed the COVID test, here he is producing Mike Tyson. So what happened to this gig then? What happened to this gig? Do you think he got fired? He was helping out Mike Tyson do some podcast producing or whatever back in his behind the scenes. What happened to this? Or did Brendan Schaub tell him to stop? Did Brendan Schaub say, no, you can't have two masters. You have to choose one. And choose one is me. What happened? This is a pretty good gig.
And it's pretty good. We'll see how it turns out in the end, though. But it was Henry Cejudo, Mike Tyson, and Steve-O. Just getting all the stuff ready to go now.
After leaving Tyson, I drove back to meet Austin, aka Lil Brows, to record a track with King and the Sting. So he's been friends with Lil Brows for a while, innit? Chin and Lil Brows' friendship is like deep. a song about Hannah Barron, whoever that is.
work, but I think I could do it like. All right, you get it better. Yeah, cool. Let's get one more.
Austin, aka Lil Browns. Okay, in case we didn't know who it was, thank you for letting us know.
It's like Hannah.
I would travel the way Alabama.
Fucking hell, bro. That crying and singing is so awful. What the fuck was that? Hold on, sorry. I moved it back too much. My bad. Apologies. What the fuck was that?
You like work, but I think I could do it like. All right, you get it better. Yeah, cool. Let's get one more.
Huh?
Hannah.
I would travel the way Alabama.
I can't stop looking at her cause she's the prettiest thing I ever seen,
Big up
man.
Taylor. Honestly, man, all this equipment, all this studio equipment, all this expensive equipment. Like, I don't know about you guys, but studios in here cost a lot of money too. Like podcast studios, recording studios, it's not cheap. They charge a hefty amount per hour. So imagine how much they're charging. Plus you have to hire the engineer for this nonsense, this drivel. What's the point? What is the point?
I can't stop looking at her cause that girl is the girl of my dreams, man.
I can't stop looking at cause she's the girl of my dreams. Yeah. What? My nigga, what? I can't stop looking at her. I gonna keep running after her, even if she screams for help. Even if she don't want it, I'ma give it to her. I'm gonna cover her mouth so no one hears.
We'll just keep that. And then can you harmonize over
Good to
the
know.
part?
Yeah, the one you just did.
I'm not ready? No.
Never trust anyone that has one of those beard without a mustache. Anyone in the stream that has it, cut it off straight away. Any man that has a beard without a mustache is always a bit dodgy. Never trust a man that has a beard without a mustache who isn't, you know, what you call it, Amish or some shit. Alright? There's no reason why a man should have a beard with no mustache. Deciding to shave off a mustache and keep your beard is very suspect.
Okay.
Do you think they're fucked? Do you think they're fucked? Or do you think they've seen each other naked at least? Do you think they've like touched pee-pee? It's just like a little sword fight. Bro, your dick is so big, bro. No, yours is bigger, bro. Bro, no, your dick is so much bigger than mine. Oh, bro. For an Asian dude, bro, your dick is so big, bro. No, bro, your one's bigger. Bro, no, bro. Bro, let's quickly compare, bro. Bro, I want to see you come, bro. Bro, what makes you come? All right, look, let me come first and then I can watch you come. All right, cool. Bro, do you want some help, bro? Do you want some help, bro? Let me jack you off, bro. Honestly, bro, I do this, right? I kind of squeeze on the shaft and cut, you know, really aggressive little thrust, bro. And it all comes splooging out. Really, bro? No, bro, honestly, come on, bro. Let's just make each other come quickly, bro. It'll be so funny.
All right, all done.
Yeah, he bust and now he's out in the car. He's already bust and now he's out in the car. Look at him, he's happy. He got his little Mexican winker drained and he's happy now.
Studio, me and Austin did some lines, well, pretty much the entire song vocally for the Hannah Barron song that we're doing for the Sing album. And of course, I'm in this good old LA traffic. Anyways, it'll be interesting to see what you guys think of the songs. And
We hate it already, Chin.
I think
we
the
heard
song
what it sounds like.
really
It sounds
good.
terrible.
I was actually pretty
We
surprised.
hate it already. King Bayo, what do you mean too detailed? What are you trying to say, bro? What are you trying to say, man? I just, you know, I watch movies like all of us, you know. Don't you watch the movies? Don't you watch those movies? Doesn't your feed? Don't you have that feed where you see like movies and stuff? Don't you watch the movies?
All right, is this person gonna go on? I'm trying to get in. I was actually surprised at how good it was, and it's.
Hey, I was surprised how good it was. It felt good, huh? Gave you a good drilling. I was surprised how good it was. Honestly, it's my first time. You split that shit open. I was bouncing up and down that shit like a pogo stick. I was surprised how good it was. Yeah, buddy. Once you go browse, you don't go back. I don't know.
It's hilarious too, so hopefully you guys will dig it. All right, on my way home.
Dig
now.
it, huh? Dig it.
I might record something there, but I don't know.
What are you gonna record? A little sex tape, huh? Yeah, cheeky. The next day.
We are now into Friday, and I'm heading over to the studio
again
to do.
You're gonna fuck him again, twice in a week.
Daniel Cormier, Big Brown, not Big Brown.
Ooh, Big Brown, eh?
Below the Belt episode, but we're actually recording Daniel first on Friday, and then playing the episode on Monday, and there's more guests on Monday as well.
Yeah, big up my guy Darsky the Flow. Big up Darsky the Flow.
Be a nice little surprise for you guys, which I'm gonna have to post this after Monday, obviously. But, I'll probably film some stuff in there. It's on a Zoom call, which kind of sucks, but I mean, that's what else can we do at this point?
Of course, I can't stop thinking about it. I bet you can't stop thinking about it too, huh? Since I mentioned it, I bet you can't stop thinking about it too. Don't try and gay shame me, bro. I know who I am. Who are you? That's what the real question. Who are you? Huh? Who are you? What are you thinking about now? Ah, exactly.
So I'll see you guys there.
On this very special episode of Below the Belt 2.
Jesus Christ. Is that The Office? How they do it? You just have to sit there staring at him. That's a bit wild, isn't it? Content record. You just have to sit there staring at him like while he starts getting fucking fighters' names wrong and shit and fucks up stats. That's a weird setup, isn't it? Like you just can't avoid eye contact. You just got to stare at him head on.
We're here on a Friday. On a Friday.
Who's that guy?
To record something.
Who's that guy? How much staff do you need for this podcast, man? Honestly, Brendan must have spent so much money on salaries. No wonder he's firing people all the time. He spends so much money on people's pay. Look how many people there are there. Fucking hell.
Too bad. His name is Kevin. Please find him a girl.
A girl? Let's not lie. Come on.
Look who's here.
Fucking hell. That's a face only a mother could love, innit? Jesus Christ, bro. They gave all the chromosomes to Brendan when they were born, innit, right? All the chromosomes went to Brendan. He got left with none. Jesus Christus.
What's his name, Kev? J-Shaw.
Maybe don't smile. Maybe just like put. You should do this. You should smile like Asian girls. Maybe you should do that. Because that grill is fucking wild.
Ta-da! And this is what it looks like when we're all done filming. We just finished filming Daniel Cormier with Brendan, and I recorded the audio. I moved most of my gear into the other studio. And that's it.
The face mask is on. So when he's in the studio with loads of random men, no face mask. When he's there by himself, he puts the face mask again. He's such a fucking weirdo. What is wrong with this man? Alone at home, face mask. Goes in his car, no face mask. Like standing around with random dudes, no face mask. By himself at the end of the show, face mask.
I think we're done for the day. Or am I? Or are we?
No, we are not, because I have to finish mixing and mastering the Mike Tyson episode. Although that.
Big up Wingers McDingus, appreciate you.
Just watched that video of Bert and Tom crashing that show. Bert needs a handler. Hands down the worst comedian in the ROGAN'S sphere. Yes, worse than Bean Cheese Brendan.
Really? Who's more annoying, Brendan or Bert? I'm still saying Brendan's more annoying. Big up Keith Thompson.
I need an Advil in Nashville.
Exactly. Big up Keith Thompson. But what do you guys think in the chat? Who's more annoying? Or what did Wingers McDingus say? Who's the worst comedian? Bert or Brendan? I think Brendan still is worse. Because at least Bert's got some level of self-awareness. And I understand why people like Bert. Like, it's not for me, but I get why other people maybe live vicariously through him. Wow, people are saying Bert in the chat. Wow. Wow, okay. Interesting. Bert. Okay. Bert is more annoying. He's white, Asian man, the worst masculine time any place. Yeah, true. Back in Crash. Okay. That's like Sophie's choice. Bert is annoying as fuck. Wow, okay, fair play. Wingus McDingus, you have a point there, man. I think a lot of people echo your thoughts. Shit.
Right now, and then start adjusting all the levels, applying noise reduction filters, boosting levels, reducing
Can we have it both ways? Yeah, you can. You definitely can have it both ways.
levels, just making sure everything's even and sounds nice and clean.
Imagine a show with Bert opening and Brendan closing. Imagine that comedy show. Imagine that comedy show. That's tough. Brendan opening and Bert closing.
For that episode with Mike Tyson and Steve-O and Henry Cejudo. All great guys, by the way. Actually, I didn't really talk to Mike other than saying hi and adjusting his mic, but Steve-O and Henry, they were cool. Cool to talk to.
Okay,
I
great
think
story,
that's gonna
bro.
be it. We shall see. Talk to you later. Oh man, looks like Brendan's got some of that Japanese whiskey in.
You don't see this anymore, innit? No more whiskey in Brendan Schaub's hands or TFATK because of that good old Ozempic, but he was on it hard, drinking it straight from the bottle as well, like.
That's a 17. This is a 15. Oh yeah, and I did have a sip of that, if you could see over here.
Of course you did.
I had a little tiny bit. All right, let's say bye to everyone now. Peace out, Jimbo.
Oh, this is the other studio, right? This is the one before they moved into... Fucking hell, bro. All this space for what? They must... Brendan's monthly spend must be crazy. From the salaries to the rent of the spaces, maybe the equipment hire. It's like... Maybe they do make enough money. Maybe I have to rewind it. Maybe Brian Callen doesn't rely on his dad. Maybe the podcast does make a lot of money. Because how the fuck are they affording all of this shit? How?
Yeah, we out. Later, dude.
That's a whole studio just for themselves.
Peace out, Kevy.
Really nice as well, to be fair.
Oh, hi. Hi.
What you working on?
Working on Food Truck Diaries, some cut downs.
Cut-downs.
We had Luke Rockhold premiere last week, and now we got Cheeto Vera.
No bitches.
Oh, can't wait for that one. Was Luke Rockhold?
There's not even a picture of a bad bitch on the wall. Not even like a picture of like Paige Van Zandt or something. Nothing. Just a bunch of dudes. Like, fucking hell, man. Come on.
Or just in person?
I don't know. That's a weird thing to ask.
Guys.
Why? Why is that?
Just
You're not secure
man.
with your manhood?
Man.
Yeah.
You are?
He looks pretty... I think, Chin, you look pretty handsome.
BGL somewhere getting a heart attack. BGL, every time he sees fucking Luke Rockhold, he wants to punch a wall, innit? Big up BGL. BGL probably hates Luke Rockhold. But he can't do nothing. When BGL sees Luke Rockhold, he's... Yo, big up BGL, wherever you are, bang your doors, man. Hope you get your money, bro. Hope you get your fucking money. Actually, will he ever get his money? Now that Brendan's quit comedy, will BGL ever get his money? Youch.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Peace out, Kevy. Sakai.
Yeah.
Over him. I got over him. What about you? Uber.
Friends, huh? Great banter. Great conversation, bro.
And now, I could take this damn thing off. Respect, baby. It's out of respect. I've been in traffic for quite some time, but almost there. I can see my apartment is somewhere within those buildings. One of those. Hello. I'm back home now. When I got home, I worked on the Mike Tyson podcast for a little while.
He does so much work, innit? All jokes aside, Chin works really hard. Obviously, because he has no life. You can see he doesn't really have much of a social life, but Chin does a lot, man. And I'm more than certain he doesn't get compensated fairly. He works super fucking hard.
there's a lot of stuff I had to do to work on it, but I worked on that, ate a little bit of food, and then I went to sleep. So I took a little nap. When you're my age, you start taking naps during midday. I mean, I don't know. It helps me out. It makes me feel better and more refreshed to work hard.
Okay, mate. Great content.
Once I wake up, so that's what I do.
Snapchat.
Once in a while, not all the time. I do it maybe like once or twice a week.
Okay.
I'll take a nap midday. But then, of course, when I wake up from the nap, I'm like looking at my phone.
Yo, is he gonna describe to us his dream or something? Are you gonna try and do that thing where you describe your dream?
All these emails and text messages. I'm like, ugh.
Okay.
But it's important to get a good amount of sleep.
Oh, really?
So if you don't sleep that well on your regular work days, getting naps here and there are, to me, I think are very important. So
naps help
get your naps in.
All right, no worries.
Old fogies. It is 10:28 p.m. I'm watching a fishing video. This is Ace fishing videos. And by the way, you see all that gear?
Jesus, look at his apartment. He's always lived in good. So maybe he doesn't get paid well. Look, that's a nice space. High ceilings, big room. The lack of, you can tell he lives by himself in it with no bitches around. Look at that space, bro. It's so sparse. No girls come here, innit? There's nothing there. No furniture, no nothing. Just equipment, lights, cameras, tripods, like fucking hell. Not even a nice cushion, a plant, nothing. Fuck me.
Right there, this stuff.
Look at that. Look at what he's got in his room, in his house. He's got like industrial looking cabinets and storage spaces and shit.
All for camping. I'm gonna go camping soon, so.
What is that? Clever Made. What's Clever Made? What is clever? What's clever? I want to see that. What's Clever Made? Clever, was it Clever Made? Was it? Are they boxes? How much are they? Crate. Okay, £20. Okay, I thought it was gonna be more than that. Whatever that, £20 for those boxes. Okay, fair play.
I have that laid out in my front, and there in the distance is a fishing pole, because that's what I do. Anyhow, this is quite an adventure because the audio here was pretty crazy. So I did everything I could to make it sound as good as I could, and then also,
yeah, exactly, Colin. It looks like a storage unit. Exactly what I was thinking of. It looks like exactly done that. Peak male living space. It looks like a storage unit. It does, doesn't it?
Around halfway through. I'm around right there with editing and adjusting levels and also mixing.
What's all this stuff like? Do you notice all this stuff on the pod? On the Friday and the Kid? Do you notice all the levels being great and the audio being amazing? Is audio really king? Maybe Brennan was right. Maybe audio is king. But I don't notice any of this shit, to be fair. Zero.
Mastering. So I'll be done with that, I think, by tonight or tomorrow morning. It is here, Monday morning. Excuse me. It's here, Monday morning. Below the Belt, episode 200 happens today. We already recorded Daniel Cormier on Friday. I posted a video about that. And today we're going to head into the studio and record Chael Sonnen first, and then Paige Van Zant's after that. All right, let's see if I film at the studio. I always say that because sometimes I do end up filming and sometimes I don't. So we shall see what happens. Talk to you later. We have arrived. I've already set up the studio.
This might be one of the most boring vlogs I've ever seen in my entire life. I actually regret downloading this. What the fuck is this?
Ready to go. Camera. So here's my main camera. Back.
It's just a constant loop of him going from his apartment to the studio to record, to his apartment, studio to record, sucking off little brows. That's it. God almighty, bro.
Camera all the way up here. Okay.
Usually when you vlog, sometimes they say vloggers get burnt out sometimes because a vlog sometimes pushes you to do fun stuff because you want to have interesting things to share on your vlog. I know sometimes it can be exhausting to do vlogs. But Chin doesn't even try to like make his life fun or interesting. Here's me going to work. Here's me coming back to work. Here's me working at home. Like, bruh, spice up a little bit, man. Put some adventure in there.
Below the belt room.
More face mask.
Put this away. Probably talked about this before. Apollo 8P. This is a universal audio mic break.
I bet you Brendan said something about the mask to him in it secretly. Probably hated him always wearing the mask.
This is an AKG headphone amp, HP6E. Zoom H6, iMac, Samsung SSD.
The cable management is non-existent.
Paper towels, GoPro.
For cum, yeah? What's the paper towels for? For when you cum on the desk.
Hero 8. I forgot my laptop, so I have to use this monitor for notes. I forgot my second laptop, that is not the main laptop. Jesus.
He's the perfect guy for finding a kid, isn't it? Because he has no life and he has to be busy. And Brendan and Brian don't do anything technical. So it's probably perfect for him that he's got this job because he can basically do everything on his own and they leave him to it because he just does it, he just gets it done. You know? It's kind of a perfect marriage.
It's dark as heck in here. Episode 200.
There's Papa.
Oh, you got the original T on.
Yeah, dude. First ever T that came out, right?
I know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because in case he moves. Because
5 people. How many people do you need to record Brendan talking into a microphone about the UFC? Do you need 5 people to record that? Really? Honestly, man. R.I.P. George.
Post too, Jim.
The old school post?
Like that we use for Big Brown Bear.
Oh, shit.
I'm 17, we can bring it
Yeah,
up.
for sure. Let's get started.
No banter with the staff, just on his phone the whole time. Great boss. Never met him. What the fuck is this vlog?
Little group, and he was saying,
Why did I
one
download
thing
this?
for him that really bummed him out was the
We're not even looking for bitches on our phone. No pictures of big butts. No looking at girls on Instagram. Just catfish costumes. Okay.
You know, the night before the fight, when the team would get together and have a dinner, you know, the first time he fought Stipe, I think he said there's like 50 people at this dinner, and then the last time they fought, there's like 6.
We have received an alert that you need to. Oh,
Down south girl, pretty girl, close to Alabama. Talk with some slang, do her thing, use that country grammar. Girl, tell me what your future. Girl, pretty girl, just like Hannah. I would try.
Listening to your own songs in your car is incredibly redacted, especially this crying, singing nonsense. Big J Show and Cat.
The show is done.
Well, she got the job done, I guess.
Everyone's just...
So much banter.
Oh, yeah.
There's a green room, right? There's a crazy green room.
We're done, baby.
Yeah.
We had a blast.
Hey guys, hit the subscribe link below.
What?
We're done, baby.
Yeah.
We had a blast.
Hey guys, hit the subscribe link below. Smash that like button.
Comment, share.
Yeah.
Shin is the most talented member of the BAPverse. And he still blows. He's the definition of an NPC. This vlog is boring as fuck. He should include all his low-key boozing that he does.
Big up, Wingus. Wow. You're right. He literally is an NPC, innit? He literally is a definition, the walking example, the personification of an NPC. It's kind of sad, man. I'm not going to lie. It kind of bums me out. Like I said, I think he does a good job for the pod. He's clearly the most important person there after Brendan, maybe even before Brendan. But damn, the guy is boring. Nothing going on in his life at all. Just barely there. Barely fucking there. Anyways. One more chin. One more for the road. Building a Vietnamese breakfast sandwich. And haters will say it's gross. One more chin and then I'm going to leave. One more. Let's do what Brendan Schaub's kid does, right? Let's do that. One more chin one.
It's roughly 10 a.m. in the morning, and I'm in the mood for a Vietnamese breakfast sandwich. And it's not really a breakfast sandwich, but I feel like eating a Vietnamese sandwich right now in the morning. I'll show you how you make it.
Why do you think he likes to share his cooking with us when he can't cook? Do you think he knows he can't cook, or do you think he thinks he cooks? Why do you think he likes to share that part of his life? We don't care what you can cook because you can't. Like, why does he want to share this with us?
So the majority of the ingredients were provided to me by my girlfriend and her mom.
Of course your girlfriend's mom gave you the ingredients. You couldn't just get them yourself. What the fuck? Anyway, I don't know. Let's just continue.
This in particular, this pork, it's like barbecue pork. And
what did they give you? Just like a Tupperware with like random meats. Like, why is it so little? Did he eat it before? Like, okay, whatever.
It's Vietnamese style shredded chicken. I'm not sure what's in there, but it's really delicious. And then cha lua, CHA. It's a Vietnamese pork loaf. And then I got this baguette from RUSS. It's just like a regular baguette.
Is that it? No more? Just that one bit?
But if you can get the Vietnamese style French, or the French Vietnamese style baguettes, those are the best. You get them at a Vietnamese store. Also, this is like Vietnamese mayo, and it's different than regular mayo because it's like tangy. So the thing I thought would match this, because I'm running low, as you can see. But I'm running low on pork. That's why I have this amount of pork. There's not enough left. But I wanted to save the rest for another.
Save the rest? Just put that all in one sandwich, you fucking weirdo. There's hardly anything in that bag. There's hardly anything in there.
And it's different than regular mayo because it's like tangy. So the thing I thought would match this, because I'm running low, as you can see. But I'm running low on pork. That's why.
That's all the pork he's got. Look in the Ziploc app. There's hardly anything in it. Just put it all in one bag. Put it all in one baguette. There's hardly anything in there.
The rest for another banh mi. This
More
is
mayo?
Miracle Whip, which I think maybe could match what that tastes like.
You said it's not like regular mayo because it's tangy. Then you buy regular mayo and you hope it's going to taste like the Korean mayo. What?
Not exactly, but it'll help, maybe, sort of match it, kind of. And then there's this duck liver pate.
Oh, he's gonna put pork. He's gonna mix duck liver pate with mayonnaise.
Usually there's a Vietnamese pate that I would use, but I ran out of that, so I'm gonna use this. I got this from Ralph's. It was like $9, and then I'll show you how to make it. Now, if you know me, you know I try to stay away from carbs. I try to cut carbs as much as possible, but I still.
You try to cut. Why? Why you try to cut carbs? Why?
Love them, and I still eat them, but I try my best to like minimize as much carbs as I put in my body.
You're eating a banh mi. You're eating a sandwich, and you're trying to avoid carbs. He definitely speaks like Brendan. Like what?
So this is what I do with bread. Whenever I have a sandwich or burger, this is what I'll do. I'll cut it down the line.
He doesn't even have a proper knife. He has hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fucking stupid camera equipment, but not a proper bread knife. Or it's not even sharp enough. Fucking hell. Butchering that baguette already.
Open it up.
What do you do?
And you see all this bread?
Yeah, what do you do?
I don't need that. I just want the delicious outer part of the bread with a little bit of the inner part of the bread. Then I'll take a fork or a spoon, whatever, and then just gut that thing out. So.
It's hardly the size of your hand. You don't really need to gut out that baguette. It's the size of your hand, bro. Just eat it. If you don't want to don't have carbs, just don't have it. Gutting bread doesn't reduce the amount of carb. Like, again, I don't know nothing about nutrition, but I swear gutting bread, the benefits are like negligible. Surely. You barely notice. There's probably hardly any difference. Carbs are carbs. If you don't want to eat carbs, just don't eat the bread. But gutting a stale baguette.
All that little fluffy stuff inside the bread, take all that stuff out.
And why we need to be shown this?
I know this is an absolute mess, but look at how much bread I took
is
out
in
of
bread.
here. I don't need all the
Look how much bread is in bread.
stuff right here. Oh, yeesh. So I don't, yeah, this is all filler stuff. And
So what you gonna do?
there's enough good stuff on this bread where I can just wrap all these delicious ingredients in, and it's gonna taste better and not be so filling, and I will just
You don't want the sandwich.
have all the good stuff. So that's what I do. This is almost like an entire like chunk of a baguette too. All this breading, which we don't need. And this is like,
He doesn't even toast it. It doesn't even get toasted to be a little bit warmer so that the pate can spread on it easy. He doesn't even toast the bread. All the gelatine is still all over the top of it. Look how he's digging. Even the way he digs his knife into the pate is weird. He just digs it in. He doesn't even try and scrape it. Why is he so backwards? He's digging his knife. Like, don't you get, maybe that's me, but don't you get annoyed when people do that with the butter? They just dig the knife in there instead of just scraping it like a regular person. He's stabbing the fucking pate.
gelatinous stuff on top. I sometimes put it on, but you don't have to. Just like spread it all around.
He can't even
like
spread
that.
pate.
I'm gonna cover this.
He can't even spread pate. He can't even spread pate on bread. This nigga is useless. Look at this. Look at his work surface. Look at his work surface. Look at that work surface. Look at it. Covered in breadcrumbs and shit all over. I would never eat at this man's house ever. Ever, ever, ever. I'm sorry. Meet me at the fucking Korean barbecue. I'll get you a beer. But I'm never eating at this. People at this house, you can never eat at their home. This is horrendous, bro. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. He's probably scratched his ass, played around with his hair, loads of fucking dandruff all over the place. He can't even spread fucking pate. Are you insane?
Higher bread. So when it's all said and done, it should look like this.
Fuck it. That looks like a fucking contemporary art piece. That looks like a bit of mixed media. All my guys and girls in the stream chat who paint, that looks like some mixed media piece. That looks like he scraped a bit of paint, a bit of fucking oil paint on a canvas. That looks like a mixed media piece. It looks like something you can hang in a gallery. You know, Miami Art Basel. You can put down a gallery and sell it. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. It's actually plaster art, Theodore. Look at that shit. He desecrated that pate.
The next step is the mayo, and I only have a little bit left.
Honestly, oh my God. I've never heard of somebody mixing pate with mayo. I love pate. Mayo is whatever. But I've never thought of an idea of mixing mayo and pate. Is that normal, people? Please tell me in the chat if I'm bugging out. I've never heard of people mixing pate with mayo. Oh, he's a bit boss-eyed, isn't it? I just realized. I didn't realize it. Look, he's a bit cross-eyed. I didn't see that. One of his eyes like goes in more than the other one. Do you just notice that? Look at that. Maybe that explains why he cooks like this. Maybe he can't see what he's doing.
The Vietnamese mayo, so I'm gonna put Miracle Whip. So this is the Vietnamese mayo. Spread it on one side.
Oh, mayonnaise and pate.
I only have a little bit left. And then I'm gonna dive deep into this bad boy, or bad girl. See that? And I'm gonna slather this thing all over here on the top or the bottom, whatever this is, the top. So there you go.
I don't even know how he's alive. I don't know how he's alive the way he eats. I don't know how he must have a I don't know how he's alive.
You know what? I'm gonna add some more Miracle Whip on the bottom part. I know this might be gross to some of you guys, but I don't care. So that's what it looks like.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. He's like, babe, come over to my house. I'll cook you something nice, babe. Okay, no worries, mama. What are you gonna make? I'll make us banh mi's. And look at what he's making. Look at that shit. Look at that spread. Look at it. He doesn't even clean his work surface. Mayo on there. Like, oh my God, brother. Look at that shit.
And now we put everything together. So I'm gonna start with the delicious barbecue pork. Put it there, right here. There's no hard and fast rules with this, so I'll do that first and then put some shredded chicken, the Vietnamese shredded chicken on top. Right there, and then I'll put the cha lua right here. And since that's enough cha lua, that's enough protein.
So spam, chicken, pork, pate, mayo. This will give me the runs instantly. God almighty, bro.
For this sandwich, I'm gonna go ahead and just munch on that on the side.
Yeah, he loves a good side thing to munch on. He loves it.
And close this bad boy up. And then from here, I'll tell you.
Why you just put that in there? There's hardly anything in there. It's so fucking tight. Just put that little bit in there anyway. What's the point? Look at all the debris. Look at the carcasses all around everything. Look at all the fucking carcasses. Look at them. Look at it. Look at all the debris everywhere. Look at it. The bread isn't even toasted. It's just stale. He's not even cut it nicely, like in a straight line. Like, oh, he probably broke it with his hands. He didn't even cut the baguette with a knife.
Do next. So you can tell this is all messy and dirty, but that's what happens when you're trying to build a delicious sandwich, a Vietnamese sandwich. I also have my trusty, my favorite Zevia flavor grape. So what you do now is you put this bad boy, or
finally it's getting in the oven. It's getting in the oven now. Finally,
a sheet of foil, and I don't cover the top. I just kind of like, you know, do something like that. Well, it's not working right now, but and I put too much foil. But so anyways, I'll put this foil on the bottom so I can put the sandwich now into the oven.
Why don't you just toast the bread before and then put the stuffing in there? It's easier, no? Don't you have doesn't he own a baking tray? 7 cameras, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of fucking microphones, but no fucking baking tray. Not even one baking tray. Not even one. To put like a pizza on there when you want to. God almighty.
I'll put on the bottom part of the oven.
Where's the baking tray? Nothing.
Shin is making us go vegan with his cooking. Big up, Saz.
Exactly. I can't believe this is the way banh mi's are made. I can't believe it.
And
Big up MK. I can't believe it, brother. I can't believe it.
Roll things around like that. I feel like that sort of helps with reflecting the heat, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're probably wrong.
So then I'll turn the oven light on, and I will also broil this on low.
Broil?
And I've never really done like an actual count, like a minute mark of how many minutes you have to do. So I just sort of walk by and watch it and see if it starts crisping up on top. And once I see it's crispy enough, then I just pull it out. Okay, since I love you guys, I went ahead and made sure to time this, and right now this is at 8.5 minutes, and I think it's good to go.
No one's gonna follow your recipe or directions. We're just watching you to laugh at you. No one's ever gonna try and make this themselves at home because this looks like diarrhea food. This looks horrendous. This is a disgrace to banh mi's and all banh mi culture. This is horrible.
It's not really hot. So I'll just grab it by the
Of course, no bacon. Just grab it like that, yeah, of course. Like you're living in a trap house, of course.
Now listen to that crisp. That is crispy.
You toasted it. That's what happens when you put bread in an oven. You fucking spurg, of course. Listen to it crispy. What?
Let's take a piece off. That's super crispy and crunchy.
Oh, really?
This is how crispy and crunchy it is.
Crispy and crunchy. Say it one more time. This guy is on the spectrum for real. He's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with him. He's not all there. There's something wrong with him. I don't care. There's something wrong with this man. He's nearly, 50 years old? There's something definitely wrong with this guy, innit? That's how crispy it is. What?
I don't know about you guys, but when I eat a sandwich, I always have to have something else to snack
Oh
on.
yeah, really, yeah, true. I don't like carbs. I take out all the carbs. I got my fucking bread, but then I always have crisp on the side. That makes sense, isn't it? Definitely a Brendan Schaub fan.
So
I don't like eating carbs. I'm gonna gut it, but I got like a side of fucking chips.
Of tortilla chips here, and I also have guacamole from Ralph's that I bought.
And a beer?
It's supposed to be fresh,
What's that
freshly
next to
made
that
in the
beer?
morning. So I don't know if that's the reality, but I think it's good enough. It'll hit the spot. So I'll have tortilla chips, guacamole, and then this delicious sandwich. The last, and I would say most crucial part about this, at least.
Why is he talking for so? The sandwich has already gone cold now. Are you meant to eat it when it's kind of warm? He's toasted the fucking banh mi. He's been talking for fucking ever, and now it's probably gone cold.
For me, is I feel like it's always.
Oh, fucking hell, bro. That looks rancid. That looks absolutely rancid. Fucking hell, bro. That looks disgusting.
A little something. So what you need to do, if you're me, is put some soy sauce on it, and of course,
Of fucking course, the pate is not enough. The Miracle Whip's not enough. The Vietnamese mayo is not enough. The pate is not enough. The Spam is not enough. Now you're gonna put soy sauce on it. Why is this making me so angry? Why is this making me so angry? Why? Fucking hell, what the fuck is this? Soy sauce. That's the special ingredient at the end to give it the kick that it needs. Soy sauce. This nigga's a disgrace to all Asian people. This nigga is a disgrace to all Asian people. I swear to God, he is. I've never seen an Asian person in my life that's so useless in the kitchen like this. Every Asian person that I know is an incredibly sophisticated foodie, or they can make a mean fucking munch. Every Asian person I know, boy or girl. This is an arrestable offense.
always choose low sodium soy sauce because
low sodium.
My
of course. No carbs in the bread, whole plate of chips. Now you want low sodium soy sauce.
This gets so incredibly puffy whenever I have something super salty, like, you know, ramen.
Don't eat it then, you fucking div.
Soupy dishes. It just gets crazy. And plus, I don't think I need that much sodium in my soy sauce. Soy sauce is delicious and already salty.
So you get all the sodium from the pork and the fucking pate. Yeah, no worries. There's no sodium in fucking mayonnaise either. No problem.
On its own. So low sodium soy sauce. And Kiko Mine is like, you know, a huge brand. So you open this bad boy up.
Fuck off. Look at that shit. Look at that shit.
Get the soy sauce ready. And then just pour, not liberally, but try to get like.
Now you're gonna fucking explain to us how to pour soy sauce on a sandwich. Is that what you're gonna do? Are you really gonna explain to us how to use soy sauce? Big up Fyodor.
Chin needs to be arrested immediately.
Big up Fyodor. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't get this. I don't get this.
Spots. I do the top usually, so I'll do. By filming this is tougher. So like that.
He's literally pouring it into his sandwich. Not even a drizzle. He's pouring it all. Oh my god. This must taste a rant. Imagine he's making food for. Thank God he doesn't have kids. Fucking hell, bro.
Okay, that's kind of liberal. Let's screw it.
That's what I do, like that. Soak it in soy sauce. Not too much though. Do it to your taste.
No one's gonna follow your fucking recipe, my friend.
It up.
Now he's got soy sauce all over the fucking chips. Great.
And this guy's ready to eat. Or girl. All right, let's do this. See a little jaw sticking out? My God. And then here's the guacamole.
He's showing us how he's dipping chips into guacamole. Nah, he's trolling, man. This is a troll. He's showing us how to dip chips into guacamole. This is a troll. I don't care. This is a troll. This is a troll. It has to be. It has to be. Can't be serious. Chips. I don't know how he's alive, man. Fair enough if he likes it, but
yeah. Breakfast sandwich, Vietnamese style. It's called a banh mi in Vietnamese. Banh mi. One of my favorite things to eat, and this particular way too. And I really truly believe soy sauce is such a crucial ingredient that not everyone does, but I have to have it. I think it changes the flavor profiles or whatever.
Yo, just make something that looks edible, brother. You're not good enough of a cook to talk about flavor profiles. You're not that good of a cook. Just make something that looks appetizing to eat. Flavor profiles. You can't even make a regular tuna mayo sandwich without doing some nonsense to it. Gutting the bread, doing like, what? Flavor profiles.
To the point where it all matches and it's like harmony in your mouth. See all that goodness?
That looks fucking disgusting. That looks like absolute puke in a sandwich. That looks horrendous. Look at his mouth, crooked. That looks fucking horrible.
You can't even see the pork there, but only a little bit right there.
Thank you for pointing out the pork. Thank you.
Right there, but it's in there and it's delicious. And broiling the sandwich afterwards for, I think that's at 8.5 minutes. Because I timed it this time.
We know.
That's like the perfect amount.
Pick up Keith Thompson.
This was around the time his girl went to Nicaragua.
Oh, really? Is it true? Okay, cool. This makes sense then. She went to Nicaragua to get digged down by the niggers. Pick up Keith Thompson. I actually need to watch it. I want to watch the one where after they break up. I want to see if there's a difference. I want to see that one. After they break up, those vlogs, I want to see that one. He's got fucking mayo hanging from his fingers, breadcrumbs everywhere. Like, he's like a baby. Look at that. Just.
I've time to. Yeah.
Yeah, lick your fingers. No worries.
The broil.
Fucking hell, man.
Because the top is really crispy, but not too crispy where it breaks apart. And the inside is still the fluffy baguette bread.
Okay.
It's
cool.
still there.
Bread is bread.
And everything's warm, so it's amazing. Back to
He's got mayo, spam, guacamole, soy sauce. Yo, his stomach is fucking made out of fucking, I don't know, adamantium or something. No shits. All that stuff, like, God almighty.
I actually thought of putting guacamole in here, but...
Of course he was thinking about adding guacamole in the banh mi. Of course. He was going to add guacamole on top of the mayo, on top of the fucking Vietnamese mayo, on top of the fucking spam or whatever that shit it was in there, and the soy sauce.
That might be too much, and I love it the way it is already. But let me see. It might be good, but I think the guacamole has such a unique taste. Adding into here might be good. A little too much. But taking a bite of this first, and chewing it up and eating it, and then right after getting, you know, a nice scoop of guacamole with tortilla chips, that's good stuff. Why not go for the back end?
That's what he said.
You know how I talked about sodium, salt, how it makes my face super puffy? Exhibit A. I ate like really salty pasta noodles last night. And then
what is this story? What is this story? This guy needs friends. He needs a girlfriend. He needs hobby. Like, this is such a sad vlog, man. You're just at home alone on the couch, eating this shit. Fucking hell, man. And also, how long does it take you to eat one half of a sandwich, by the way? Is it me or is he taking ages to eat this? Like, how long is it taking to eat this shit? How long does it take to eat a sandwich?
As soon as I wake up, I'm always like, oh my goodness, who is this person? It's almost to the point where it messes up my vision because my eyes are just like that. And that's not racist because I'm Asian.
Haha.
I just saw this. Sriracha.
It never ends. He's gonna. What next? Ketchup. What next? Barbecue sauce. What next? Curry sauce. It never fucking ends. How much more sauce do you want on this shit? God almighty, bro. God almighty. Yeah, I need that. I need that. I need that for a screen grab. I need that for a screen grab. I need that for a screen grab. Look at his face. I need that for a screen grab. Look at his face. Oh my god. Hold on, I need the whole thing as well. Hold on, we need this as well. Holy shit, man. This guy's redacted for sure. Big up Jim.
That's actually good, but not necessary.
Oh, really? You don't think so? After adding all those sauces on it, you don't think adding sriracha was not necessary? You just realize that now, right? Good to know, man.
And all the stuff that fell down, the chicken pieces and the ja, all I'm gonna do.
Oh my god, he's explaining. This guy is.
Just put them on this tortilla chip. Go for a little dunk of guacamole. A dunk of sriracha. And go to town. Of course that's good. All right, last bite.
When that liquid tea hits and you got to clench to avoid burning your pants.
I'm legitimate. I feel sick. I'm not gonna lie. I generally feel sick. I generally feel like I'm gonna throw up. I got that taste in my mouth. I swear to God, I generally feel sick. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely feel like I'm gonna throw up.
I hope you learned something.
He's trolling us. He's trolling us. He's trolling us, I swear. Chin is trolling us. He has to be. Look at that face. He knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did. He got us, didn't he? He got us. He got us. Look at that face. He knows exactly what he did.
Give it a try. I know people probably think, oh man, it's gross to have Miracle Whip, Vietnamese jab.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
And there's not many. Actually, there's not many gross ingredients there. But if it's something you've never tried before, you might be a little standoffish. But I would say try it. If you don't like the first bite, then move on. But give it a try.
We're not gonna waste ingredients on that shit. We're not gonna do it because it looks horrible.
Thank you to my girlfriend and her mom for providing me. They always give me lots of delicious Vietnamese food that I always enjoy. So thank you guys, and thank you guys. Thanks for watching. I felt it was necessary to do this video so you can see my face right now. Svelte, aerodynamic, because last night I did have a little bit of soy sauce, but I didn't have any salty noodles, no ramen, nothing like that. So this is kind of like the less puffy version of me. Enjoy. I had to say that because last night I think I just had good old-fashioned American food.
Is that your boy? Is that your boy? Is that your boy? Whose boy is this? Whose guy is that? Whose guy is that? Is that your boy? That's not my boy. Is this your boy? I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm done. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm done. Wow. Wow. I thought you could never shock me, but he always shocks me. Always surprises me with his food. Always surprises me. Whenever I think I can't be shocked, he gets me. Cool. Anyway, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm off. 6 a.m. here. I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm off. I can't believe what I watched. I can't believe what I just watched. I can't believe it. Anyway, big up Jack Donny. I'm glad you brought some humor, but I was literally on the verge of throwing up. I swear my life, I'm not even being dramatic. I had that kind of like coppery taste in my mouth where I wanted to throw up. Literally, I felt like I had pennies in my mouth. Like I legitimately felt like barfing. Like that shit looked like pure shit, pure doo-doo, caca. Like that looked like pure caca, man. Caca. Like, oh my God. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you for tuning into the Random Show. It's been a pleasure. It's never a chore. We still got a couple of things to run through on the list. I think we have to do the podcast cringe, trade to try, and I think the Jim Norton stuff. So next episode, which will be tomorrow, we'll do all that. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna throw up on stream. Anyway, thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. It really has. Please like the stream before you do leave, if that be possible. I'll be greatly appreciated. Discord link in in the description. Patreon link in the description. New Patreon content coming out on Sunday. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. I don't know why you did. I don't know why you put up with this. I really don't know. Maybe you get some enjoyment out of my disgust. But regardless of why you watch, I'm glad that you do tune in. I don't know why you do watch it. I have no idea why. Because this is horrendous content. Really is some of the worst content in the world. But I appreciate your company nonetheless. Okay? I appreciate all of you. So big up Coiler, NJ Ranger, Darksy the Flow, my dude. United, I see you. NJ Ranger, Crash, Screw. Machiwi 91, Andrew Taint, Matt Rizze, what's good? Long time no see. Abe Martinez, Coiler, of course, Apex Putter, Uche, my girl, hope you're good. King Bayo, Space Sky, appreciate you. Severa Design, big up you. James Hathaway Art, hope you're well. Shades Cal, same to you. QT, Jan, I think Jan, I think that's how I pronounce your name. Big up you. Andrew Taint, everybody, appreciate you. MK, big up you, long time no see. Alejandro Brown, Teju, Jack Donaghy, I already said, I think. Appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in. Really do appreciate you. And I'll see you all again very soon. I'm not going to have a baguette in ages, man. It's put me a fucking baguette. But anyway, peace.